The lady stared at the Green Knight in disbelief. Peace? You want to talk about peace? The Green Man nodded. I do. I grow tired of this war between us. It doesn't help either of our causes, and it's time we brought it to an end. The lady looked at her old enemy with a distinct level of distrust. When we stood upon the plains of Vanar, a place I can scarcely remember now, you told me that you would not stop until one of us was ashes in time. The Green Man laughed, sketching a small bow. My lady, I am weary of this conflict. It gains us nothing to fight. It only weakens us. It is time we ended this conflict and had peace amongst us. Tobias came up behind her, whispering something in her ear. The two held a quiet conversation as her other Brandylow got into position to defend their mistress if it came to it. Grandpa and his party stood ready too, and Dr. Winters and her mate had made a sort of triangle around the big knight. The big warrior was alone, though the presence of the Winter Court might have made him feel a little more secure. The warden was still over by the refreshment table, watching it all unfold, as his interest in joining the fight was still unknown. Still, without an army at his back, the defenders of the garden felt confident that they could vanquish him, just as they had last time. Mab, said a regal voice from behind the lady, this is most unusual. What are you up to? Titania had her arms crossed over her chest as she glowered at Queen Mab, the other darkening as she became angry. You dare accuse me of... But the Green Man stepped in front of her. My apologies, Queen of Summer, but I felt it might be best if this request was brought before both courts. The lady and I have a feud that has lasted for centuries, and if it is ever to end, then it will not be ended without the promise of safe conduct. Safe conduct, the lady said, laughing without any real mirth. The last time you promised me safe conduct, you turned me into a statue. That was war, my lady. What I am suggesting is peace, to our mutual benefit. What do you say? Will you hear my terms? The lady looked at her Brandylow, Tobias, Randy, and Sam, but Randy just shrugged at her. Couldn't hurt to hear him out, I reckon, Randy said. Besides, Sam put in, if we don't like what he has to say, we can just toss him out of the party. The lady turned back to her old adversary. Very well then, speak your piece. 7 days hence, on the eve of the new year, I want to meet you here in your domain and sign peace accords. At the heart of your power, the lady said skeptically, on the anniversary of my defeat at your hands. I have spent the year contemplating my revenge and my defeat, and I have decided again that it would be pointless to retaliate. Clearly, you are the stronger warrior, and I have no desire to fight with you again. The lady glanced back at those assembled behind her, the ones who had fought with her in the War of Winter, and nodded after some deliberation. Very well. Queen Mab, do you promise safe conduct for such a signing? Queen Mab smiled. I do not, lady. These are not court matters, and are matters between vassals. I will say this, she said, looking at the Green Man. If you attempt some mischief and are unsuccessful, then I will banish you from my court, and you will no longer have the protection of winter. You will be adrift within this world, beholden only to yourself, unless Titania manages to scoop you up. Titania laughed. I fear my court is too warm for such a warrior. He would melt within the heart of summer. The Green Man looked back at her and seemed to weigh the warning for a moment. Grandpa sucked in a breath, seeing more in that look than anyone else there, but it fled as quickly as it had come. Agreed. I will will see you in 7 days, my lady. Until then." He bowed low and backed out the way he had come, leaving the party a twitter with excited chatter. The lady worried at her lip again, looking back at the group that was still gathered behind her. Some of them were friends, others barely allies, and some of them complete strangers, but the lady felt they were her best hope. She did not for a second believe that her old adversary had turned over a new leaf, and she would need all the help that she could get if he sprung a trap this year. "Please, everyone, return to the party. Let us not let this evening's events put a pall over the evening's festivities." They turned slowly back to their conversations, but it was clear that the party was at an end. "If I hold a council," she said, turning back to the group, "would you come?" "Of course," Grandpa said. "We'll be there," Dr. Winter agreed, her eyes sliding to the warden. "Anything for my allies," he answered, sounding bored. "We'll be there too," said Sam and Randy and Tobias, nodding in turn. "And me," John said. "I want to help as well." The lady smiled. "Thank you. I'll see you all in 2 days, around lunchtime. Let us convene then and form a plan for this meeting." The party broke up not long after, the Fae begging off and leaving the lady with her children and her allies from the town. In the end, she supposed she had known that they would be the ones that she would have to depend on. "Are you sure this is wise, Gramps?" Marcus asked. "Why wouldn't it be?" Grandpa said, coughing a little as he cleared the phlegm from his throat. Glimmer had said her goodbyes after the party, returning to the camp with her people. She made Marcus promise to call her if anything came up, and said that she would visit him after the meeting to get all the details. She departed for the woods after giving him a very heated kiss, leaving Marcus a little flustered. John had said his goodbyes as well, telling them he would see them at the meeting, and now it was just the two of them in the cab of Grandpa's truck as they rode home through the Christmas Eve snow. "Well, you sound a little rough, and we barely made it out with our skins the last time." "Pish-posh! What happened to all that coming into your power nonsense from earlier?" Marcus gripped the steering wheel a little harder. "It's been a year since I've been in his presence, Grandpa. I convinced myself that it was from the heat of battle, but he's very intimidating." Grandpa nodded. "He isn't that, kiddo, but we can't back down. This is our backyard, and the lady is our friend. If we don't help her, then what sort of neighbors would we be?" "The bad kind, I guess," Marcus said, turning left as they headed up the mountain. Outside, the snow was coming down in white trails, and he was a little worried that the truck might not be able to handle the climb. The road was becoming lost amongst all that white, and Marcus had to guess where it was more than once. "Say we don't help her," Grandpa said, thumping his cane on the floor of the old truck. "Say the green man somehow pulls off something and takes over the garden. I wouldn't want that old spook so close to my hearth. Would you?" Marcus shook his head. "No, I suppose not." "In that case, it seems our hands are tied," Grandpa said. "Do you imagine the others will feel the same?" Grandpa smiled. "Dr. Winters and her partner will, for certain. I'd stake my life on that. John will, too. He said as much. The warden might, and the Brandylow certainly will. That's got to count for something." "Yeah, I suppose it does," Marcus said with a little snort. "But get some rest," Grandpa advised. "You'll need your strength for what's to come later." "And you need a breathing treatment," Grandpa said as they pulled up into the yard. Grandpa pulled a sour face, but he couldn't really argue. "Are you going to the meeting?" Pamela had been taking off her party dress and getting into something more comfortable when Marguerite ventured the question. Pamela hadn't really thought about it. She had assumed that she would. She was the town's representative in matters like this. Unelected, but still involved. She had a duty to the town and needed to help them. If the green man meant to do something underhanded, then she owed it to the lady to help her. I had intended to, yes. And you will go with them when they make the negotiations? Well, of course. Marguerite nodded. Good. I was hoping you would. They may need you. Do you imagine your brother will go? Pamela shrugged. Who can say what that old villain will do? I know he and the lady have some sort of deal worked out, so I just assumed that he would come too. I like her, Marguerite said, smiling. She reminds me of you. You two have a lot in common. Pamela laughed. That's flattering, but she's on a whole different level than I am. True, Marguerite said, wrapping her arms around the doctor's neck. But the two of you care deeply for this town. She is not, how you say, without faults, but she has made this place her home, and as you have. She sometimes takes from the town, but so do we all, no? Dr. Winters nodded. Maggie had a point. Dr. Winters was not guiltless in that either. She collected the people in the town together, helping them forget their problems and helping them get over their trauma, but she knew that wasn't all there was to it. In a way, Dr. Winters, the winter part of it, was just stocking her pantry with her favorite foods. Inside the good doctor, there was a parasite that wanted to feed, but there was also a woman who wanted to protect. Those sides were often at war with each other, but more often than not, she found a strange sort of harmony between them. It was odd to have such a duality within you, but such was her life. Now, Maggie said, kissing her cheek, come to bed, you. It's a little early for bed, isn't it? Pamela laughed. I am not speaking of sleeping, Maggie said, and her words made a flush creep up Pamela's neck. She went to bed, unable to fight this pull any more than the warring of personalities within her. Such was life. The warden stood on his catwalk again, watching the snow fall lazily on the ground. They would be in it tomorrow, he knew. The inmates turned into the children they often acted like when the snow fell, and tomorrow they would hold rec period, and it would be full of snowball fights and snowmen with the kind of breasts that you often saw in pin-up girls, and trips to the infirmary when his charges got a little too exuberant and slipped on the ice, and a lot of laughter and joy. He grimaced, feeling a bit like the Grinch as he thought of it all. He'd have indigestion tomorrow. That was for a certainty. The whiskey in the glass was something expensive, not the cheap Walmart swill that had mediated the palaver between the sheriff and his Jacob Marley. It might as well have been piss tonight, because the warden couldn't make it do much more than swirl and swirl and swirl. He saw the years and the miles and the conquests and the defeats in that swirling wave of amber liquid, and it made him long to send it tumbling into the woods that surrounded the prison. The moon was full overhead, a bloated egg ready to burst, and he looked up at it and sighed. They would expect him at the meeting. Of course they would. Well, they wouldn't, but she would. The lady and he had maintained a steady alliance for nearly a year, and he wanted to keep it that way. Until these, whatever they were, could be cleaned out of his death house, he needed her to take care of the death row inmates for him. As it stood, they were being held in Quad 2 of confinement, the recently renovated spot where the creatures had lain dormant for so many years. But therein lay the problem, too. He was giving her 2 a month, and despite his best efforts, not nearly enough people had death sentences to keep up that bargain. Sure, he could keep it up for another 3 months. It had been a good year for provable homicide, and the governor did like to appear firm on criminals. But he was going to have to start culling lifers soon. Killing sick sheep was one thing, but mutton from his own table was another. "Que sera, sera," he whispered, draining the glass and throwing it into the woods, a toss of about 2.5 miles or more. He heard it shatter, but as he tracked its movement, he saw something. Someone was on the edge of the woods. Someone was standing beside the freshly fallen snow and looking back at him. He was up and in the air before he could stop himself. He pulled glamour around him so the people that were in the yard wouldn't think they had lost their shit, and he was flapping his wings and eating up the sky as he rocketed towards the tree line. If they saw him, the warden's presence didn't seem to bother them. He landed gracefully, kicking up snow as he came down on a knee, and as the glamour fell away, he saw someone that he hadn't thought about in quite some time. "You? What the hell are you doing here?" The hair was long, the clothes were more leather than fabric, and the man's face was gaunter than it had been the last time that he had seen him, but the warden would have recognized Marcus Reese anywhere. Reese, the only inmate to date to have successfully escaped his prison, at least that he knew of. He had thought Reese was dead. Most of them died if they made it to the woods, but after that cryptic little message last year, the warden hadn't been so sure. Maybe others had escaped. Maybe they hadn't been killed in the woods like he had believed. Maybe the creatures that lived there were losing their touch. Just scouting the land. It's important to get a lay of the land before a battle, the man said, his voice raspy from disuse. The warden laughed. "Oh, are we having a battle? I had no idea." "That was kind of the point," Reese said from the depths of his hood. "Don't worry, though. You will soon. It's taken a lot of work, but I finally got the numbers shored up, and I believe this is the year that we take out Stragview for good." The warden rolled his eyes. "Be my guest. You wouldn't be the first. I think you'll find that the prison has more secrets than you give it credit for." Reese smiled, as does the forest. Behind him, the eyes of 100 squinting terrors came to life. The warden was rarely scared, but he felt a little uneasy as those eyes fell on him. They were in the trees, they were thick on the ground, and Reese did not seem terribly worried about them. "Your new friends probably forgot to mention that we have a peace accord from long before you were born. They've been my friends since I came to this place, so very long ago, and they have long protected the prison." "So they have, but they tell me that your offerings have been less frequent lately. No one is escaping your cage. You haven't fed them in a long, long time. I made them a better offer, and they decided to take it." "Oh? Do tell." "They want fresh meat. They want what's in your prison. They want to be allowed to roam outside the woods. And I suppose Santa is just going to bring it to them in his sleigh, is he?" The growling from the woods was loud and low, and as the nightmare creatures began to stalk around him, the warden's smile became a scowl. "Oh no. Like all good things, we'll take what we want. Our numbers grow, Warden, while yours appear to dwindle. I suppose you'll just have to come and see, won't you?" "Soon," Reese said, backing into the woods as the beasties came on. "We have nothing but time. Do you?" They surged forward, but the warden was already skyward again. They didn't dare come too far from the forest, or so he believed. They had never dared come closer than the road, but as he pushed for the sky, he was in for a surprise. One of those shiny black terrors shot out of the trees and clamped onto his leg. It dangled from him, bearing down on him as he swung there, and the warden hissed as he dealt the creature a blow across the head that caved it in like an old soda can. He shook him off as the thing fell to earth in a heap, and the warden was clear before any more surprises could befall him. Well, not quite. When he landed on the catwalk of his tower, his leg buckled and he fell hard onto the metal grating. He looked down and saw the pant leg of his suit was oozing a dark, viscous substance. He just stared at it for a moment. not sure what to make of it. He had been hurt. Nothing had hurt him in a long time. The longer he looked at it, the more he realized that he would have to do something. The first thing was that he would have to go back on something that he had never intended to make good on. And the other was that he would have to go to this meeting in a few days. If the wolf was truly at the door, he would need friends all the more. They convened on December 27th, but the meeting was postponed temporarily due to a lack of space. Randy and Sam had intended to have it in the security building, but when Grandpa and Marcus had arrived promptly at noon, and the space was already feeling cramped, they decided to find a bigger venue. The greenhouse was no better, the ladies' office was too small as well, and finally, they decided on a picnic area near the 9 o'clock display area. Attendance was non-existent. The cold was keeping people indoors. And as Grandpa and Marcus took their seats, John called out to the group. He had seen the note they had left on the door and went looking for them, and Dr. Winters was coming along not far behind him. The warden arrived just before the lady, seeming to appear in the picnic area from thin air, and limping as he came to rest on a picnic bench. When the lady came to sit on one of the tables, she seemed pleased with the turnout. "We all know why we're here," she said, looking around at the assembled folks. "Once again, our town is threatened, and it may soon be up to us to put aside another incursion by the Green Man. The Moon Elves have decided not to come this time, though I suppose your glimmer might break from tradition," she said, looking at Marcus. "Unless expressly forbidden by the Queen, she'll be there. I'm not even sure that would stop her in this case. She hates that she missed all the fun last time." "Fun isn't exactly what I would have called it," said Dr. Winter, "though I suppose Moon Elves' fun may be different. Speaking of, Doctor, will your charming companion be joining us?" Winter nodded. "She has an aversion to sun, however, so she won't be at the meeting today." The lady nodded. "Very well. Does anyone else have someone not present who will be joining us for the battle?" No other hands went up, so she nodded and went on. "Very well. My Brandylow have been assessing the defenses of the park for the last few days, and they have compiled a report that I think might be helpful." She stepped aside, motioning for Randy to come forward. He came hesitantly, not seeming to like being the center of attention, and his drawl was worse than usual when he spoke. "Well, we have the walls, of course. I think they would find them hard to plant an ambush over, and the other Brandylow have agreed to a man that they will be manning them during the meeting to make sure no one comes over them. There are the Guardians as well, the big tree guys that some of you saw last year, and the gnomes, the little bearded fellas. They have agreed to keep an eye out too. At least I think they have. The Guardians don't talk much, and I can't understand a damn thing the gnomes say." "They will fight," the lady said. There was a galumphing noise not too far away, and she bent down to pick something up. As she straightened, there was a collective gasp when they saw it was a little pumpkin with stubby legs and a jack-o'-lantern face stretched into a smiling pant. He made a happy little noise as he bumped her hand like some weird cat, and she seemed surprised when she saw that she had their undivided attention. "What?" she asked. "What is that? And where can I get one?" asked Dr. Winters. "Oh, this is my Gordling. He doesn't usually come out when it's cold, but he misses me when I'm away from the greenhouse." "How did you make that?" Grandpa asked, leaning closer. "I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that." "I kind of made it by accident," the lady admitted, "but he's such a dear thing that I hated to see him suffer in the cold." Randy cleared his throat. So, as I was saying, I feel as if
Our defenses are enough to thwart an attack if it should come from the outside. Inside will be our problem, of course, but I feel like we can handle it if anything gets in."
"So," the lady said, "the plan is to meet at sunset here on December 31st. We can set up so that we're ready for anything he might have planned. With any luck, his intentions are pure, and we have nothing to fear."
"Fat chance of that," Grandpa said,
and Marcus nodded.
"If he has ill intent, then we will thwart him, just like we did last year. Is everyone in agreement with this plan?"
Everyone said they were, and the motion was passed unanimously.
"Very well, then it's agreed. I thank you for your aid in the matter. I know that with your help, we can keep him from mischief."
They convened then, and Grandpa wanted to see what sort of defenses they were setting up inside the park. Marcus and John went with him. Randy led them, Sam falling in beside the group, and the lady and her Gordling returned to the greenhouse. Winter made to go. She had appointments to get to, but someone stepped in her path.
"May I have a moment of your time, sister?"
She grimaced and crossed her arms. Her brother looked even more conniving than usual. "I have clients to attend to," she said, stepping around him. He fell in beside her instead, her teeth coming together in a grimace.
"Then I will make this fast. It's come to my attention that there might be a threat to your town on the horizon."
Her eyebrows went up, and the warden put his hands up defensively.
Not from me. It's a threat from the woods."
Dr. Winters snorted. "As far as gambits go, this is grasping indeed. If something threatened the town, I would know. As you knew last year when the Green Man swooped in. Face it, sister, there are things that happen here that escape your notice."
"But not yours," she said, turning to face him.
"Brother, I'm tired of these games. Tell me what you know and what you want."
"What I want is to help, because this threat has promised to come after your town after my prison is no more."
They walked through the gardens, and the warden told her about his encounter with Reese, with the creatures, and how he had acquired the limp that made their progress so slow. Winter listened, Pamela listened, but neither was particularly swayed. She didn't trust her brother, not as far as she could throw him, and when they came to the parking lot, she nodded in the face of his expected silence. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, and we'll keep an eye out for trouble."
"And the problem?"
he asked, sounding more desperate than she had ever heard him.
"Your problem," she corrected. "Reese is something you have created, and it's something that you will have to fix. If he comes into my town, I will handle him. Until then, we will patrol our hunting grounds and handle our own skirmishes."
Translation: you're on your own. Pamela Winters walked back to her office, leaving her brother to stand there and watch her go. She felt a little sorry for him as he stood there, hoping she would turn back with such force that it was palpable. But she didn't. He had burned his bridges, and she was not in a hurry to rebuild them.
"So, in summation, it looks like we have ourselves some fun on the 31st.
Marcus laughed. "Not too much fun, I hope." John, Marcus, Glimmer, and Grandpa were sitting on the back porch and discussing the meeting from earlier that day. Glimmer liked the sound of their defenses and the readiness of the Brandylow and their allies. She also liked the sound of these guardians and wanted to see one while she was there. "I saw some of them during the war," Marcus told her. "They were pretty cool." "I'm not sure how much use I'm going to be," John admitted, leaning back as he looked up at the stars. "Can't really do magic or anything, and I'll have no real fighting skill."
"Your eyes are what we need," Grandpa said. "If we get entangled by something, then we might need you to lead us out. If you can see the spirit world, then you can see through the glamours and illusions that we'll be up against, I bet." That seemed to perk John up a little bit. "Yeah, well, that's something, I guess. I'll just have to stay close so that I don't get myself killed." "We'll keep you safe, bud," Marcus said. "Besides, your magic's coming along. You almost stopped that snowball yesterday." John snorted. "I'm not sure the wind didn't shift, but thanks for the pep talk." "Hey, so," John stated, taking a swig of his beer as he collected his thoughts, "what are the warden and the doctor like when they fight? I heard them talking, and he kept calling her sister. Are they related or something?" "Oh, yes," Grandpa said, looking at the woods. "They're demons, hell spawn, not to be wholly trusted, no matter how they seem." John choked a little on his beer. "No way! Are you serious? I've seen her in the hospital. She seems normal enough to me." "That's her trap. But to be fair, I don't think she means the town or its people any harm. The warden is another story. He lives off chaos, at least that's what I've heard, and the prison is his feeding ground. Be careful around that one. I wouldn't trust him to draw me a bath, let alone protect my back." "Doesn't look like we have much of a choice. We may need him as much as her, if this goes south," Marcus said. They were quiet for a moment as the night went on around them, the quiet winter woods broken only by the stray fall of snow and the odd creature out for a meal. John had to admit he saw the appeal of living out of town, especially when the loudest thing there was a hungry beaver or an eager chipmunk. "I suppose there's no sense getting too excited about it," John said. "It'll be what it'll be." Grandpa nodded. "Always is." The warden made his way into confinement with all the confidence of a king heading to his dungeon. Mobley wasn't here today, which was a blessing, and Sergeant Killian greeted him with respect. The respect was twinged with fear, as it almost always was, but the warden had come to expect this. Fear was his due, it was his right, and he basked in it. "Where is he?" "He?" Killian asked, not understanding. "You know, our silent protester." "Oh, him! He's in his cell for the moment. He's certainly causing quite a stir. He's been mechanically fed twice now, you know. He's still wearing the clothes we put on him after the last time. Still hasn't said a word, won't respond to anything, never showers, never eats, just sits there and stares at the wall." The warden nodded. "I want to see him." Killian shrugged. "He's in C4. Let me grab some keys and out." "That won't be necessary. I'll speak to him alone, thank you, Sergeant." Killian started to object, but finally just handed the warden the keys and let him go. He had learned what Mobley refused to, that most of the time it was just best to do what the warden wanted. The warden thanked him, telling him to tell his officers to give him about 20 minutes to speak with the man. As he came onto the quad, he was not subject to any of the hooting or catcalling that some other people might have gotten. He was not questioned about paperwork or toiletries, and most of them knew better than to draw undue attention. When he was in their presence, it was better to be invisible. He approached the cell he wanted, but when he looked in, he found only a haggard mess awaiting him. The inmate inside looked rough, a transformation that had taken about 2 months. His hair was gone, his head perfectly bald, as it had grown and been shaved again and again. He was filthy, his skin appearing tan from the dirt and grime that covered it. The warden could smell some of that filth, as it seemed he was just letting it drop where it may these days. He was thin, weeks of refusing to eat having caught up with him. But his eyes, God, his eyes were the worst. His eyes were crazed, like someone looking through hell's back door, and the warden couldn't say he was surprised. After all, Hadn't he been the one to slam that door? Long time no see, Cribs. The man turned his head to look at the door, as if he hadn't banged it open loud enough to wake the dead a moment ago. He mumbled something, probably the first thing he had said in weeks. Pardon? B50967, he rasped, sounding like a rusty spring in an old mattress. Ah, that's right. I almost forgot that you prefer to go by a number than a name. They say you've been causing quite a lot of trouble, though I guess that might be my fault. I didn't play fair in our little deal, but I'm willing to fix it if you're willing to collect your final kill. He looked up, a small amount of interest slipping amongst the distrust. You see, there's someone else I need killed. There's a man threatening my prison and all who live in it. If he's allowed to continue, he will bring about the end of everything I have built here. You will kill him, and our deal is complete. What do you say? Will you kill again for me and fulfill our bargain? He was quiet for a long time, looking at the warden as he stood in the doorway. Why would I believe you? He said, sounding skeptical. Because, Cribs, it's the only chance you have to stalk the world again. So, what's it to be? If I leave you here, I will never make you this offer again. He thought about it, gave it a good chewing over, and when he answered him, he sounded like someone who had settled on suicide. Fine, but after this we're done. I want to leave this place right after and never hear from you again. Fair enough, the warden said. I will call for you tomorrow night. Before I do, be sure you eat, change your clothes, and have a shower. I will expect you at your best when you come to me tomorrow. B50967 just looked at the wall and continued his vigil. The warden was about to close the door again when he heard that same rusty voice ask a question from the depths of the darkness. Did you really intend to play fair with me? The warden smiled at him. Did you ever have a ghost of a chance of killing me? When Cribs didn't answer, the warden closed his door and took his leave. They arrived at the park at 11 o'clock on December 31st. The warden was the first to arrive, appearing near the gate a moment before an old battered truck pulled into the parking lot. Grandpa and his entourage got out, John having ridden with them, and as they approached the warden, Dr. Winters and Maggie walked from the street side and came around the wall of the Botanical Garden. They all came face to face more or less at the same time, and there was a strange sense of déjà vu as they stood in the place they had done battle a year ago. This must have been how Civil War veterans would have felt if they had visited Gettysburg, and many of them could identify the locations of skirmishes. There was still a stain here, a dent there where a foe had fallen or wounds had been taken, and a hush resided over them as they took it all in. Never would have thought of all of us coming back here again, Marcus said, especially not on New Year's. That's for sure, Dr. Winters said, turning as the gates creaked open. Tobias, Sam, and Randy had left their togas off today, and all were sporting armor of some sort or another. Sam and Randy had opted for Kevlar, their hair poking out of the vests and their cuffs of the BDU pants they wore. But Tobias had put on something that made him look like a Roman centurion. The breastplate appeared to be beaten copper, the skirt that went with it was armored with bits of ornament, and his hooves were bare to the night. Randy had his cudgel, his sign of office, and Sam had one to go along with the riot guns that they wore over their shoulders. Tobias had a short sword on his hip, and a small knife opposite it. "Come on, then," Randy said, motioning with a gloved hand. "She's expecting you." The garden grounds were quiet, the small lights casting pools of illumination amongst the gloom. The wind pushed garbage around, scuttling it eerily across the pavement, and no one in attendance seemed immune to the feeling of apprehension that moved through them. This place might soon be another battleground, and none of them were in any hurry to see it. The trees from the Christmas lighting stood tall and foreboding, and as they came to the lily pond, they saw that a table had been set up. It was oddly fragile-looking, spindle-legged and thin, and upon it sat a pair of silver pins, and not much else. The lady was standing behind it, looking at it the way most people look at poisonous insects. "Good. You've all arrived. Thank you again for coming. He should be here soon, so take up positions nearby, just in case. Dr. Winters, you and the warden are capable of glamour, so I would like you close by and unseen. Can you do that?" As if in answer, Dr. Winter was suddenly gone. "Like this?" she asked, and Maggie couldn't seem to find her. "Perfect. Magus, you and your friend with the sight move towards the 11 o'clock position and hide. Your apprentice and his companion should go towards the 1 o'clock position and do the same. Marguerite, there is a ledge above the lily pond that I would like you to take a position on. It would be an easy leap to the table if something went wrong. Randy, you and Sam go to the gate and see if he's arrived yet. Tobias, stay with me. Are we all clear on what to do if something happens?" "The same thing we did last year, I assume," Grandpa said, and the lady nodded. "Good. Get in your positions and be ready for anything. I do not believe for a moment that he intends to play fair." "Before we depart," the warden said, "I need to speak with you on it," but the lady raised a hand. "There'll be time for that later. The hour is drawing close, and we have to be ready." As if to accentuate this, the snow around them began to flurry, and a low sort of ground fog began to rise. They all departed for their assigned places, the warden disappearing with a grimace. The lady steeled herself, feeling the apprehension take root again. If he was serious, then she owed it to herself and her people to be open to the idea. He had never suggested anything like this before, and it made her uneasy. The Green Man did not surrender, he did not negotiate, and he certainly did not speak of peace. This had to be something, a trick, some sort of plan of attack, but she couldn't see how. As the mist swirled around her, she heard his footsteps before she saw him. The clump of metal on stone was all the warning she needed, and when he came into view, the moonlight playing off his mossy armor, she was again aware of how big he was. He was closer to 7 feet than 6, and even unarmed he looked formidable. Randy and Sam were not small, but they seemed like children. They had their cudgels out, herding him like a cow to the chute, and when he saw her there, he seemed to grin. "My lady," he purred, coming towards her as her brandy-low followed close behind. Someone coughed not far off, and she hoped he wouldn't notice. "I trust I haven't kept you waiting long," he said as he swaggered over to the table. "Long enough. But then she noticed that he wasn't alone. In his wake came a smaller figure, more normal in stature. He walked like an imp, coming along behind some great demon, but he didn't seem overly thrilled to be here. The suit he had worn had likely once been very nice, but it was dirty and torn now, and his top hat looked more like a discarded soup can. His eyes darted around, unsure, untrusting, and the lady wasn't quite sure what to make of him. "I believe your terms were that you would come alone." The Green Man snorted, and it sounded odd in his helmet. "Because you most certainly have come alone, have you not?" he said, indicating the two Brandula who followed. "This is my new friend. He doesn't say much, but I do love him. He has come to witness our palaver." The lady looked at him, but the man seemed more interested in his shoes than her. The mist and the snow were coming in, even thicker than before, and the lady wanted to finish their business before he brought a blizzard in with him. "Very well, then. Let's get this over with. Present your—" But she felt her teeth come together as something slid across her senses. Something was whistling, not the usual wind through the trees keening that she was accustomed to. What is that?" she whispered, and she could tell that she wasn't the only one that it bothered. Sam and Randy were wincing as they came behind him, staggering a little as the whistling warped around them. It was sharp, like the biting of a winter wind, and she could feel it like an ice pick in her brain. "Stop that," she half-whispered, swaying a little. "Stop what? What is it that troubles you, my lady?" the green man asked. She was shaking. Something wasn't right. She was under attack. It was happening right now, and there was nothing that she could do to stop it. The trees were rustling around her. The pines were whispering dark, cold words. And beneath it all was something stranger than the keening of this new enemy. It sounded like the whisper of a cornfield. The lady tried to set her defenses against the incursion, but it had come too quickly. Whenever she tried to raise some sort of alarm, to raise a shield or a mental barrier, a damn whistling would snap across her and make her lose the course of her thoughts. She reached for a sword and remembered that she had come unarmed as well. They had been here for peace talks, but it appeared that the trap she had suspected had been real. She shook herself, and there he was. He rose up before her like a ghost from a tomb, and when his hand came out towards her, she jittered away. She could hear the people that she had brought with her coming out of concealment, but when the green man staggered away, she could see the warden as he took on his more monstrous aspect. His sister wasn't far behind, her humanity a little harder to shed than it seemed her brother's was. He was inches from his demonic nature, and she was always trying to lose hers. The two of them pushed the green man back, but as the lady backed into the lily pond, she could feel movement in the depths. She turned, and there, rising like a colossus of weeds and wet, was some kind of plant creature. It was amorphous, its body an amalgamation of roots and stalks, and that form was opening up as if to swallow her whole. When it ran into a glowing dome of energy that had sprung up between her and it, the creature seemed confused. McGhee came howling down onto the corn creature, sending it teetering into the water with a splash. The feral vixen was on it now, tearing great chunks from it with her bare hands, but those tendrils and roots took their own toll on her as well. They tore at her, cutting lines across her alabaster skin, but for every cut and every abrasion, she dealt them a wound in kind. She gripped at the vines and the roots and the tendrils of green, and the beast roared in agony at her touch, right up until it threw her off, and the bulk of it came to rest on top of McGhee as it shoved her beneath the pond. The lady stumbled forward, wanting to help, but it was unnecessary. With a feral screech, Glimmer hit the thing and sent it staggering away as McGhee surfaced with a loud and hungry gasp. The two fought off the creature, sending those lashing vines to float on the water. Glimmer had a pair of serrated knives, their blades dribbling chlorophyll, and as the whistling continued to assault her, the lady turned to check on her enemy. She saw the green man as he fought the demonic twins, and for a moment she believed they might push him back. The two had taken hunks out of his emerald armor, the creature struggling to keep them at bay, and his hellish eyes came to rest on her just as Pamela Winters hit him again with a long, delicate claw. He clearly had not expected her to be so well guarded, and the lady hoped for a moment that they might win out. Then she remembered the ragged man, the one who looked like a midway hawker, like a sideshow ringmaster, like some ragged barker, and the green man remembered him too. "Now! Do it now, you fool!" The man looked unsure, unwilling, but as he closed his eyes, the lady felt something more devious than the mist and the fog crest over her. She felt it, saw it affect her friends and allies, saw them fall back as whatever it was came into play, and then saw nothing but the blackness as the creature opened its coils and enveloped her. He was standing in an old slaughterhouse, the one that had been on his uncle's property when he was a kid. The meat hooks still hung from the ceiling. The floor was still the burnt red of old blood, and even though he could see the sun through the hole in the ceiling, he felt a cold chill creep up inside of him. His cousins had told him what lived here. It was the same pig creature that had killed the old butcher when he lived here. It was the same strange combination of pig and man, and its favorite thing to eat was little boys. The piggy man would get him, but they had said that if he escaped the piggy man, then he could join their special club. He was only 9, but he really wanted to join that club, so he had agreed to this rite of initiation that they had all sworn to have done before him. As a much younger John stared at the dark depths of the back room, he could hear the snorting and the rooting of some massive pig creature as it prepared to come after him. Except, no, he didn't really see those things. It was hard to explain, but it was like looking at a particularly good illusion. He could see the dingy shack, hear the piggy man as it went about its work, smell the old leaves and the dry rot that fought for supremacy with the scent of old blood, taste the tang of fear as it tried to take hold, but he could also see through it. As the piggy man came out of the dark back room, something that he remembered hadn't happened in real life, he found that he could see through him too. It charged him, cleaver raised, but it all passed right through as it swung that big blade down, and John walked through him and out of the dingy shack and into reality. John was standing beside Grandpa, the old man shaking and mumbling as he lived out his own nightmares. No, I won't jump. No, I said I won't. John had put a hand on his shoulder. Gramps, it's not real. Snap out of it. I don't want to. I'll die. I won't jump. I won't. You can't. Gramps, he said, shaking him a little harder. The old man's eyes came open, slowly, and he looked around like someone coming out of a dream. John, what the hell happened? I don't know, but we need to find the others. They moved slowly through the mist, not sure what to expect, and John realized that the whistling had ceased. Thank God, that had been horrible. Whatever it was, it had gotten into his head and done a number on him. He hoped they wouldn't find what had made that whistling sound as they went through the thick mist, and he saw Grandpa reach out a wrinkled hand and push it away. John could see the pond ahead, but there were shapes around it, slowly writhing, and they made a beeline for them. They came across Dr. Winters and the warden first, but it was the thrashing of the water that caught John's attention. Glimmer and Maggie were in the lily pond, fighting to keep their heads above the water as they were assaulted by whatever nightmare held them. Glimmer seemed to be doing okay, but Maggie was thrashing and coughing like she couldn't catch her breath. I'll help them, John said to Gramps. You see if you can help these two get back on their feet. Gramps nodded as John ran to the water and tried to pull Maggie out. Glimmer was starting to get a handle on whatever it was she was seeing, and when Maggie's hand latched around John's wrist, he jumped like he'd been struck. He looked down into her inhuman eyes, her too pale skin, and suddenly felt like he might be back in the dream again. He was floaty, feeling off kilter, and when she reached up to stroke his cheek, it felt really good. "Come, come, darling, let me have a taste." Her mouth opened, and John was suddenly staring into a maw of sharp teeth with a lashing tongue in its midst. He realized the trap, but his mind was slow to come back from it. He was pulling back, trying to get loose, but he was like a child pulling against a parent. He was losing the fight, getting yanked closer to that gaping mouth and those two deep eyes, and when he slipped and fell into the water, he could feel her tower over him. "Don't fight this, darling. I won't take much." Her hands opened like a trap suddenly, and John shook his head as Glimmer clamped onto the creature and pulled her back. She had her arm in its mouth, her muscles standing out as she pulled it back, and John was splashing out of the pond as he came back to the shore. Glimmer was thrashing and splashing, trying to keep Maggie's teeth out of her arm, and Maggie was screeching as she reached for John while he got as far away as he could. Someone stepped past him, making him jump, and as Dr. Winters entered the water, the vampire turned her full attention on her. Her inhuman face sagged a little, seeming to understand that she was being seen for what she really was. Her hands were still reaching for John, though the movement was less coordinated. Winter bent down and took those hands, murmuring to Glimmer to let her go, and as she came free, the two embraced in the water. "Pam," the vampire said, half crying, but Winter soothed her as she stroked her wet hair. "I am so sorry. Shh, it's okay. No harm done. It's over now. You're safe." The two embraced as Glimmer went to go find Marcus, and John tried to get his heartbeat back under control. It's been so long since I had a dream like that. I did not miss it." John turned to see the warden rubbing his head as he sat up, his pinstripe suit distinctly ruffled. Glimmer came back with Marcus, a bruise on the side of his face, making John think he had fallen onto it, and the brandy-low came on as they got to their feet as well. Everyone was looking around like they weren't sure what to make of it all. They started looking for damages and things that were missing, and as Winter and Maggie came out of the pond, Sam finally found what was gone. "Where is she?" he asked, his voice sounding suddenly scared. "Who?" Marcus asked, coughing as he leaned against his fiancée. "The lady. She's gone." They found him not far from the pond, but of the lady there was no sign. She was gone, but Randy and Sam dragged the man in the shabby suit to the guard shack so they could interrogate him. Grandpa and Marcus came along too, wanting to help, but the doctor and the warden stayed outside, Maggie not feeling capable of being around flesh and blood people yet. John probably wasn't helping by sitting out there, having a smoke that he had stolen off of Randy, and Glimmer was keeping an eye on him as she glowered at the vampiress. The barker sat slumped in the hot seat, looking down as he endured their anger. "I'm getting pretty tired of asking, so I suggest you come out with it. Where's the lady?" The barker shook his head. "I don't know." He put his hands up immediately to stop the coming cries of bullshit. "I wasn't told where we were going, only that he needed my abilities. If I helped him, he said he would free me again, so I could roam. I didn't know where we were going or what we were doing, I swear." Randy looked over at Sam, but the brandy-low just shrugged. "Where do you think he took her?" Sam asked. "Somewhere cold," the barker said. "I do know why he took her, though." "Why?" Randy asked, leaning close. The barker looked up, and Sam could see no lie on his face. He was clearly different than the others that he had come with, and he believed that he felt bad about what had happened. He wanted his freedom, though, and that was something they could all understand. At the end of the day, those who are indentured, even kindly so, long for freedom. Every year, the Green Man has his followers bring him back to something more corporeal. Every year, he walks the earth until spring. Every year, he is made insubstantial again. He wants what your lady has. He wants to be whole again and not suffer the whims of fate when the season is right. He has taken her so that he can get that which he desires. He wants to be alive. That shut them all up, and when Grandpa whistled, it was the first sound they had heard in some time. "How will we find her?" Randy asked. "I may have a solution," said Tobias as he came in from the greenhouse. He had the Gordling with him, the poor creature looking distressed and unhappy, and when he set it down, it began to turn and look for its mistress. As creepy as Sam sometimes found it, he had to admit that the sight of it like that made him a little sad. "What? You want him to sniff her out?" "I do. He has a spark of the lady's power in him, a fairly recent spark at that. Also, I think he would like to help. He's been inconsolable for the last hour." "Well, he can come with me then," Randy said, "'cause I'm going to find her." Sam and Tobias objected. "Randy, you can't just go off like this. God knows what's waiting for you out there." "I've got to do something. She was counting on me to keep her safe, and I failed. Now it's up to me to get her back." "Then I'm coming too," Sam said, but Randy shook his head. "Nope, I'm the head of security. It needs to be me. Sam, you have to keep this place secure while I'm gone, and also go speak to the Fey courts on our behalf. Tobias, you have to run this place while I'm gone. We have to keep this place going, for her sake. Also sounds like, if I don't find her before spring, I could be in a pickle." "I'll come with you," said a voice, and they all turned to look at the barker. "My ass you will. This is as much your fault as his." "I feel terrible about it. I want to help. I have no loyalty to the Green Man. He brought me here against my will, and if I can help you with this, I want to help get her back." Randy drew in a breath and sighed. "Okay, I suppose I can't really turn down help right now, but you mind me," he said, looming over the man once again. "If I so much as think you're going to betray me, I'll cave your head in and leave you in a ditch. Are we clear?" The barker nodded. "You won't have to. If he discovers I'm helping you, he might do it for you, and I'm fully aware of that." They exited not long after, Dr. Winters growling when she saw the barker. She hadn't seen him yet. She had been too busy with Maggie, but now that her girlfriend was a little less blood-crazed, she got up and approached the man. "I might have known it would be you. I should have squashed you when I had the chance." But Randy put a hand out to stop her. "He did this under duress, apparently. He has offered to help. If he can help us get her back, then I might need him. You can always squash him when we get back." Dr. Winters glowered at the barker before scoffing and walking away. "Maggie and I are heading home. If you all need anything, you know how to contact us. I'm sorry about what happened. Your lady, I hope you find her." The warden took his leave not long after that. "I suppose you won't need any sacrifices for a while," he said. And when Tobias nodded, the old devil added, "I'll continue to send details down here to help clean up. It looks good on our taxes and such." Then he was away too, one of his problems seemingly having fixed itself, for now. "You know how to reach us too," Marcus said, offering them a hand. "If you need help, we'll be here." "Yes," Grandpa added. "Count on it," John said, and the group took their leave as well. So, the Cashmere Botanical Gardens started the new year without its patron, and Randy sat out in the unlikely company of the barker and the little Gordling to find her. The others tried their best to return to a state of normalcy, while everyone else tried to forget what had happened on the worst New Year's Eve they had spent at the garden. All of them secretly hoped, as they tried to return to their lives, that it wouldn't be the last time they had reason to be there, and wished Randy good luck on his quest. The little town of Cashmere slept with its secrets that night, and those who were not privy to them slept the night through and were happier for it.
What do you mean your problems have been solved?
Killian was sitting on the love seat in the couple's apartment, his latest case, and they were smiling and laughing like they didn't have a care in the world. Mr. and Mrs. Davies, a recently deceased couple that had contacted the agency after their home of 50 years was finally being inhabited by someone they couldn't scare off. House flippers. These new age renovation junkies were worse than cockroaches most of the time, and Killian had seen an increase in them over the years, thanks to home decor channels. Now, however, it seemed that they had managed to get them out, all by themselves. It was Mr. Bolzarius, the woman supplied. The name was so unique that I guess it just kind of stuck with me, but he was very helpful. It was the weirdest thing, Mr. Davies said. A couple of days ago, we got a knock on the door, and there he was. Tall guy in a red jumpsuit with red hair and a card that said he was an organic exorcist. He told us that he would get rid of them, and all for a small fee.
Uh-huh. And what sort of fee was that?
Ghosts didn't, as a rule, have money, so Killian was a little interested in how payment had changed hands. The only real exchange that ghosts went through was when one of them was absorbed by the other. It wasn't something that happened often, thank God, and it was placed into that realm of poltergeist behavior so extreme that it was tantamount to murder. He traded his services for some of our soul. She sounded as nonplussed as if she had just admitted to trading her garbage for something.
I'm sorry, what?
Killian had nearly dropped his notebook when she told him. Our souls? The guy said, suddenly looking worried. He said it comes back after a while, so it's not a big deal. Was that not a good trade? We just wanted those people out of our house. Killian tried his best to explain to them that no, the soul did not just grow back after a while. And yes, that it had been a pretty terrible trade. It wouldn't kill them. They couldn't be killed, but it would substantially weaken them. The energy produced by the soul would come back. That was how Killian fired his weapons, but if he fired it too much or used up too much of his soul energy, he would dissipate into nothing, and that, he had been told during orientation, was a fate worse than death. A spirit without a soul was nothing. Your consciousness was attached in a large part to your soul, and without it, you were nothing. The couple was warned and told to give the agency some patience in the future, though Killian reflected that as he moved on from their contemporary thrift store chic to the cold professional hallways of the abyss, if this guy was offering help on the spot, then they might be in a better position to help than the agency was. The agency had been kind of backed up lately. The holidays could usually be counted on to be busy, and number of facilitators was at an all-time low. The investigators had been doing their best to pick up the slack, but not all of them were as robust as Killian, and they had lost more than one investigator in the line of duty lately. Carla looked up when he came in for debriefing, giving him a soft scowl which was as close to a smile as Carl ever came. She'd been a battlefield nurse during the First World War, right up until her tent had been overrun, and she was one of the toughest handlers that the agency had. This was good, because Killian could be hard to handle sometimes, and had a reputation for being something of a wild card. "How did it go with the Davies?" she asked crisply. I didn't expect you back so soon." Killian took a seat, sighing as he pulled out his notebook.
They no longer needed the agency's help, it seemed.
Carla nodded. "Ah, so they decided to move on. Good. Are they in processing, or—"
Oh no, they don't need our help anymore because someone got rid of the people who were bothering them.
Carla stopped writing and looked up critically. "If this is some kind of attempt at humor, Barger, it isn't landing. What the hell are you talking about?"
Apparently, we aren't the only game in town anymore. There's a guy going door to door, some organic exorcist, Mr. Balzar.
But Carla hissed and slapped the notebook out of his hand, surprising Killian into silence for once.
What the hell, Carla?
"Sorry, but I can't risk you bringing him here. That individual is a nuisance, and a dangerous nuisance at that. He can be summoned by his name, spoken aloud with intent. And the last time he was here, he caused a load of chaos."
Okay. Could have just said that instead of smacking my hand. Who is he, anyway? I don't think I've ever heard of him.
"He's in the same boat as Morgana and that writer you took care of. He's immensely powerful, strong in soul and imagination, and utterly devoid of any desire to help. He's like a tick. He just wants to take, and if left unchecked, he could be a real problem. He fancies himself some kind of voodoo priest, and the last time he did something like this, he was still working for us. We slapped him down and cast him into the void, but I see he found his way back." Killian's eyes went wide.
You can come back from the void?
Carla shrugged. "They do sometimes, but it's rare. The void is generally the end for most people. It's like swimming in quicksand. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Some people manage to work with the pull. Sometimes they come back. It's happened once or twice that I know of, but I'm sure it's happened more times than I'm aware of." Killian thought that over for a moment. Seemed the more he learned, the more questions lifted their heads.
So, do I need to go gack this one too?
Carla snorted. "Absolutely not. He would eat you alive and ask for seconds. No, Killian, I have another case for you. There's still a huge backlog, and I need all hands on deck."
Well, if you're sure.
He took the file and headed up the hall, reading over the notes on the Newtons who had a problem with the living. Seemed to be going around.
No wonder this fella gets so much business.
"I'm sorry you came all this way, Mr. Barger, but I don't think we need the agency's help anymore."
Killian sighed. It was the fourth case in a row like this. The Newtons, the Hesters, Mr. Cabrera, and now Mrs. Fisk. He could guess what she was going to tell him before he asked, and the answer was not going to help Carla's mood. Killian suspected that the mysterious Mr. B had come around again and fixed all their problems. He was a regular genie, this guy, but the wishes came at a cost, it seemed, and this woman was bearing the brunt of it. Mrs. Fisk hadn't been a ghost long. She died in her sleep just a month before, but she must not have been a terribly imaginative old lady. She had slurred her greeting to Killian when he arrived, and if the file hadn't said natural causes, Killian would have suspected a stroke. The right side of her body looked slumped, her face hanging, and the mysterious Mr. Balzarius had needed a little more soul this time, it seemed.
Well, if you're sure.
Killian put down his cup and rose to take his leave. The tea had been weak enough to make him think that the poor lady didn't have much soul left.
"Yes, very sure. I'm so sorry you had to come all this way out here for nothing."
It's fine, ma'am. It's been happening quite a lot lately. If you need our help again, don't hesitate to ask.
He checked his notes on the way out, checking off the name of his latest failure before deciding on the Burles family. They were having trouble with their son, who was still alive and seemed to be trying to clean out their house. Killian steeled himself for another family dispute. These were always tough, and some parties did not quite understand that the situation was different. The way Killian's luck was going lately, he was pretty sure that old Momsy and Popsy were not going to be very interested in passing on gently, but he had to try. It was his job, after all. He stepped through the door and into the void as he came to a closed door near the end of a short hallway. Killian tried to look around as little as possible when he went down this hallway. He always felt like eyes were watching him, and sometimes he worried that things might reach out and grab him. He put a hand on his knife as he went, preparing to pull it out if he needed it, and as he knocked on the door at the other end of the hall, he felt a little better. He knocked, but after a count of 10 with no answer, he knocked again. No answer again. And when Killian pushed the door, it opened. Killian poked his head inside, looking around cautiously for his clients.
Hello? Agency here. It's Killian Barger. I'm here to...
Killian stopped talking then and started listening. Someone was talking, sobbing, begging, and they didn't seem to have heard him. Killian proceeded cautiously into the house, the lights flickering a little as whoever was talking got more agitated. It sounded like a woman. Sounded like she might be in trouble. "You didn't say you were going to hurt him. You weren't supposed to hurt him. He was still my son. He was my baby. You. Killian peeked around the corner, and there she was. She was an older woman, late 40s or early 50s, with iron gray hair that was drawn up in a bun. She was wearing a blue cardigan and cream-colored pants, her house shoes scuffing nervously on the floor. She was talking to someone standing near the fireplace, a dark being with a billowing aura that clung around it like smog. He was dressed like an undertaker, a black suit and a top hat, his red hair poking out from under the rim, and his cane was seated on the carpet like a pillar in the sand. Killian could smell him from here, and he smelled like death. "You knew the cost. I told you this might happen, and it was the only way to get you what you wanted. And now it's time to pay the price." Killian felt his teeth chatter together. That voice, that was the voice that came from under your bed, from the insides of the closet, that wafted up from the storm drain, that welcomed you into hell. It was oily. It was gaseous. It was ethereal. It was terrible. And it encircled him like a hungry snake. No, you took too much already. You already took my Edward and my Joshua. Now you ask for more. The price is too high. I didn't agree to it. I won't pay. He oiled toward her like smog in a jar, and she seemed incapable of escaping him. "The price is the price, miss. You agreed to it, and it is non-negotiable. You'll pay it. You have no choice. No one will stop me from extracting what I want regardless. Our transaction will soon be complete." His skin was pale as rabbit fur. His eyes were as red as an albino, and his face was ferret-like. He grinned toothily at her as he advanced like a Nosferatu preparing to strike. She shuddered and moaned, trying to pull back. Her legs seeming rooted to the spot. He inhaled, and when he did so, she became steam. He inhaled her steam, drinking it down, and as he did, she began to fall to nothing. She lost substance. She turned to sand. She wafted away to nothing. And the more he inhaled, the less she became. Killian would think about it later, having seen some strange and terrible things, but he would have difficulty finding words for exactly what he had seen. She dissolved, broke apart under his assault, and when he finished with her, her clothes hit the ground, but there was nothing of her left. Killian's hands were shaking, but as he glanced up, he felt himself grow cold. It was looking at him. Mr. Balzarian was looking at him. "What's this?" he said, his voice sending fresh chills through Killian. "The agency has sent me a little snack. How thoughtful." Killian felt his hands shake as he reached for his gun, coming up in a sloppy, one-handed draw. What was this? Killian had never felt anything like this. This was a fear that he hadn't felt since childhood. He was filled with a dread that was nearly debilitating, and as he squeezed the trigger, he gasped as Mr. Balzarian opened his mouth and swallowed the bullet whole. "Delicious. But I'm ready for the main course." Killian felt a sudden urge to run. He fled for the door. This man who had stood his ground in the face of creatures outside his understanding, and as he hit the door, he could feel it looming over him. The insidious tendrils were reaching for him as he pushed himself through the door and into the suddenly welcoming void. "That's all right," said the oily voice as he kicked the door shut behind him. "We'll meet again. I just know it." Killian fled through the darkness, and when he came shuffling into the entryway of the agency, he fell onto the polished floor and hugged himself tightly. People called his name, shaking him as they tried to bring him around. Killian just shuddered and twisted like a child having a tantrum. He covered his face, trying to block them out, and then he did something he didn't know he could still do. He blacked out. He woke up sometime later on the floor of his office, his head pillowed on the lap of Carla. "You saw him, didn't you?" she asked. Killian tried to find his voice, but he could do little but nod at her. "I told you not to go near him. Mr. B is what we call a level 5 poltergeist."
I thought they only went up to level 4.
"He is one of the few level 5s we've ever cataloged. He is the most insidious poltergeist we have ever known. A ghost eater."
And you knew. You knew what he was taking from them.
She nodded. "We knew. Telling you what he was doing wouldn't have helped you. Distance is... it's all that can help you."
What do we do?
"Nothing. For now. For now, we figure out how to stop it. Then we go after it in force."
Will that work?
Carla shrugged. "We'll see." Killian leaned back as he felt his eyes slip shut again. That would have to do. For now. Hey all, it's been a while. Some of you guys may be meeting me for the first time, but I'm the travel writer, the one from the Toymaker's Woods and the Ghostgrass House. It's been a good summer, a summer I may talk about some other time, but today I truly feel glad to be alive. Today I discovered something I don't really want to write about, something that would be dangerous to the readers and the town.
I'll share it here because, well, if I don't share it with somebody, I think I'll go crazy. I was in the Midwest doing a write-up on a beer festival at a supposedly haunted brewery when my editor sent me a text to call him. I didn't actually read it until the next day. I was doing a lot of research on the brewery's different kinds of ales, and let's just say my research panned out in a big way. I woke up in the back of my car, hung over with my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, when I looked at my phone and saw the message. I still didn't answer it right away, but one plate of heavenly hash and a pitcher of water and a half a bottle of Tylenol later, I called him up. "I guess you really enjoyed the festival, huh?" he asked, chuckling as I told him about all the sights I had seen, and though none of them included ghosts. "Man, you are behind the times. Some drunk stumbled into the back room last night and found a bunch of employees suiting up in black bodysuits and old clothes with glowing paint on them. Turns out it was all staged, so make sure that makes it into the article somewhere. Once you sober up and get my article typed, I need you to head for Wabash." "Indiana?" I asked, through a mouthful of the greasiest, tastiest hash browns in the United States. Shout out to Waffle House. "The very same. Guy there claims to have a demon trapped in a mirror. I'm sure it's all bunk, but the images online look pretty creepy, and he's selling tickets like some kind of Dust Bowl tourist trap. If it's a scam, get pictures and write it up. If it's legit, get lots of pictures. I want an account of drunken escapades by tomorrow, and it better have more in it this time than which beers are the best to make you forget your evening." The guy was an asshole, but his checks always cashed, and I had to admit, he had good leads. I spent that night getting over my hangover, writing up my piece and emailing it to my boss. I got up around 10, checked out of the Cheese Dog Motel I was staying at, checked my stuff for bed bugs before loading up into the car, and started my drive from Wisconsin to Indiana. That seems to be 90% of my job, driving from one place to the next, and sometimes I miss being a hobo-esque traveler who takes pictures as he traverses the United States on foot. The accommodations are often better, but there are times I miss the freedom of just taking pictures and trying to sell them. It always makes me feel closer to my idol and spirit animal, Peter Parker. It took me 6 days to drive to Wabash, but in my defense, 2 of those days were spent on the subject of today's story. 3 days into my drive, I got a flat. Not a wobble 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 flat either. This was a boom skid screech bam kind of flat. The front driver's side tire let loose as I was driving up a tranquil little road, and I skidded across the road as my rims cut into the pavement, right before I slammed into a ditch hard enough to rattle my teeth. I rubbed at my head as I came to, wondering if I was concussed, as I looked around. Everything was blurry, kind of washed out looking, and as I kicked the door open of my station wagon, the true king of the road, I spat out curses hotly as I looked at the front of my car. It wasn't bad, hadn't even crumpled the nose, but I was stuck in a ditch as I doubted I could pull the thing out myself. What was worse, I was pretty sure that my spare was flat. So even if I could get the car out, I was stuck here either way. Adding to the suck, my cell phone was at 0 bars out here, so I had encountered the holy trinity of bad luck. I was sitting on the back fender, wondering if I could show a little leg, when my bad luck seemed to turn around. I saw a tow truck coming from the opposite direction, one of the old ones with the chains and the winch, and when it rolled up, there was a smiling guy in a white uniform behind the wheel. He doffed his cap at me like an actual little incline of the bill, and rolled down the window as he leaned out to inspect the scene. "Looks like you had a blowout, mister," he said, stating the obvious quite eloquently. "Yeah, bad luck too, because my spare is flat, and I don't have any service out here," I told him. "Well, let me winch her up and see what the damage looks like. I can get you into town, and hopefully we can get you straightened out." told him I appreciated it, and to my surprise, he managed to pull the station wagon out without tearing the front end off. She was a solid old girl, and once she was safely stowed on the back of the tow truck, we took off for the subject of this story. I had thought it a little weird that the truck had no name on it. It literally just said tow truck in big letters on the side. I had hoped once I got a better look at the uniform it would shed some light on it, but his uniform just said tow truck 2 on the front and on the front of his hat. I thought it was a little weird, but I hadn't seen anything yet. "So, pal," I said, shaking my head as the washed-out color persisted, "where are you from?" "Aiken, sir. Aiken, Indiana." "Not sure I'm familiar with Aiken," I said, thinking of all the places I'd been and coming up with nothing. "Why, it's just the best little town there is. No crime, no taxes, no strife, just good Christian values and good, honest living. And where is this marvel of the modern—" But as we came to the top of the hill, there it was. Aiken looked like the little town in the intro of some of my favorite shows when I was a kid. As we rode down into town, I could see the center was all main streets and little shops, and the neighborhoods and houses were getting thicker as they stretched towards the town's edge. It reminded me of a song my mom had used to sing, a song about little boxes made of ticky-tacky that all looked the same. That weird sameness actually made me kind of comfortable, and that weird black and white film seemed to cling to everything. It was like being in a black and white movie, but everyone knew that they, at least, had color off camera. "It's a swell little place, isn't it?" the tow guy asked, and I found myself agreeing with him. He took me to a little garage in the heart of Aiken and introduced me to Mike, the mechanic. The man's name turned out to be Sam, and he mostly just drove the wrecker and helped Mike with the shop. Mike took a look at the car and told me that it would be ready in a couple of hours. He said it through the lit cigarette in his lip, and he never spilled a drop of ash. No mean feat. "You might as well go look around town," he said. "I got a couple of cars in front of you, so this is probably going to take a minute for me to get to." So I did just that. I checked the back before I left and grabbed my camera, wanting some pictures of this place. It was so bizarre. From the church with the bell tower, to the clock tower over the city hall, to the quaint little brick building and the freshly paved streets, right down to the K through 12th school. Everyone I passed said hello to me. Everyone I met was kind, and I never so much as heard a horn blare or saw someone respond with anything other than kindness. This may sound idyllic, but I think I had kind of become used to seeing people be terrible to each other. Every small town has its grumpy old man or its angry drunk. Even the most close-knit community had some element of chaos or a hatred for outsiders. This, to me, made me feel like the guy in the shadow of Innsmouth, just trying to make sense of it all as I walked amongst the locals as an outsider. At least that was until I met the woman. I was standing in front of a store, a big old grocery store called Rowdy's, when I heard the discordant sound of eggs being broken. I turned to find a woman, her hair tall and beehived, and her dress as modest as it was out of date. She was looking at me like I had two heads. She had dropped her paper bag of groceries and was coming at me pretty quick. I wanted to run. Not sure what this was about, but I couldn't go anywhere. My legs were stuck, and I couldn't move an inch. I closed my eyes, expecting her to hit me from the way she was walking, but instead she just took me by the arm and whispered in my ear, "You don't belong here. Come with me before it's too late." Again, I had every intention of refusing, but as she pulled me towards her little car, I came along willingly. We drove into the suburbs, people waving as we went past, and when we pulled up outside a ranch-style house with a green trim, it was easier to recognize what I hadn't from a distance. The houses in the suburbs weren't similar. They were the same.
They came in 5 colors: green trim, blue trim, red trim, yellow trim, or orange trim. But they were still the same house. The windows were in exactly the same place, the door was the same placement, and the picket fences were set up in the same way. The garage doors were all closed and the same color of charcoal, and the driveways were all perfectly smooth and maintained. Everything was the same. Somehow I felt like they were all mimicking this house. This was the first house. I knew it somehow, and when she told me to come in, I followed her obediently. Despite all the weird things I had seen in my travels, I had never really believed in magic. This woman, however, made me wonder if there wasn't more to her than Tupperware parties and Avon house calls. We came into a pristine living room, the walls looking dark green through the film of gray that hung everywhere. I left my shoes at the edge of the carpet, and though it wasn't something I had intended to do, I did it, and it felt kind of nice to feel the thick pile carpet under my feet. Someone poked their head out of the den or study, and as he took the pipe out of his mouth, I saw a clean-cut fellow in his middle age. He was trim, his collared shirt showing me muscles and a well-made frame, and when he smiled, I got the idea that this guy might not be so nice. His smile was genuine, but his eyes looked like they might be trying for suspicion. "Well, hello there," he said, extending a hand at me as I shook it. "Darby Moore, at your service. Lois, who's our guest? Not a vacuum salesman, I hope," he said with a laugh. His mouth laughed, but his eyes still looked mean and piggish. "This is my cousin, dear. You remember Sam. Darby, didn't you say you were going to see Jerry and his new car this afternoon?" Darby looked lost for a moment, sucking the end of his pipe like it was a binky before slapping his leg and putting a hand to his forehead. "Oh my gosh, time got away from me again. That's why she's my better half, eh?" he said, bumping an elbow into my side in passing. "You'll excuse me, Sam, but I really must go meet Jerry. He's got a new sports car that's just out of this world. At least that's what he says. I'll be home late, dear. Love you." Then the door closed, leaving the two of us alone in the immaculate house. She told me to sit on the lime green sofa in her living room while she made tea, and I took a seat. She came back with tea and little biscuits and told me I was free to move around, so I did. I imagine that you have 100 questions, but you have to ask them quickly. The longer you stay here, the harder it will be for you to go. Or, she cocked her head like a dog hearing a noise, maybe it won't. You aren't like the other outsiders we sometimes get here. They are happy to assimilate. They're glad to give up their lives and become part of the lie that's Aiken, but not you. You're different, somehow. I had been nibbling on one of the cookies she had brought out. They were homemade and very tasty, but when she told me I was different somehow, I looked up, confused. I wanted to argue with her, but maybe she was right. I did seem to attract weirdness, sometimes by my own stupidity, but sometimes just by being here. Maybe that's why I was here in the first place. This was nothing more than another weird locale that I was drawn to by my own personal Bermuda Triangle that I discovered again and again. A trap I couldn't get my foot out of. "I've decided," she said suddenly, and I jumped, having been too deep in my own thoughts to remember that I was a guest in the strange woman's house. "I'm going to tell you everything, but after that you have to leave. The town will let you leave. At least I believe it will, and telling someone might make it easier to bear. Will you listen to me?" I nodded, mumbling through a mouthful of cookie. "Sure, why not?" Aiken wasn't always like this. It used to be pretty nasty. Oh, sure, it was like any other town in the area, pretty and wholesome and just so swell, but that was just the paint they used to make it look inviting. Beneath the makeup, beneath the dirt, it was a filthy place. People in the suburbs, our neighbors and friends, did terrible, unwholesome things. The preacher burned books and spoke hate, and when he needed more money, he would stoke the flames of his congregation, and they would give it over gladly. Mike, the man fixing your car, had gotten hooked on drugs during the war and had brought the habit home. My own husband, the man you met a few minutes ago, was a drunk and a brute. He spent many an afternoon coming home to find something amiss so he could spend his evenings putting me in my place. Our daughter Karen was in her senior year, and she had taken notice of what was happening at home and distanced herself from it. She had become rebellious, sneaking out at night and staying away as often as she could, which led to more of me being put in my place for not teaching her better. Most evenings, after Darby had drunk himself into oblivion, I would sit in front of the TV and watch the happy families there, wishing I could be a part of them. They never yelled, they never hit, and when they drank, it was never to excess. They were happy, and I wanted to be happy. She took another sip, the cup shaking a little in her hands before going on. I was at church one evening, sorting books for a burning that weekend when I found it. The church collected all kinds of books, mostly books that differed in opinions from what they believed in, and it was the usual collection of political theses and holy books from different religions. I recognized what Father Thomas was doing, but what was the alternative? If you didn't believe like they did, they ran you out of town, and I had a home here. I had a bad home here, but I had nowhere else to go. Aiken was the only home I'd ever known, and Darby, for better or worse, was the only family I had left. I had picked up a stack of leather books when one of them fell out and caught my eye. It had an image on the front, a picture I didn't understand, but I knew it was special. This was no blasphemous liberal nonsense, but something with real power in it. It wasn't very large, about the size of a journal, and I tucked it in my purse and spirited it away when I was done sorting the rest. I spent weeks studying it, making sense of the words, and it turned out to be the very thing they'd been trying to burn all this time. There was magic in it, real magic, and I found out, to my surprise, that I was good at it. I stayed away from the darker things, but I had read in the back of the book that there was a name of power. I won't tell you what it was. God knows it doesn't need to go any further than here, but I came to believe that he was the one giving me the power. I used it sparingly. I was careful, but one night I just lost control. Karen and Darby had been fighting again, and when he found that she was gone after storming to her room, he went to look for her. He knew where she was. She was with her boyfriend, Stephen, and he swore that when he found her, he'd kill both of them. You have to understand, it was no offhand remark. Darby was blackly drunk, and when he was that far gone, he didn't make idle threats. When he found them, he would kill them. Whether he shot them, or strangled them, or brained them with a big rock, he would kill them, and I would lose the only thing in this house that still had any meaning for me. So I took the book to the basement. I found the word in the back, and I made the symbols. I gave it my blood, and the thing that arrived was unlike anything I had ever imagined. The thing in this book, it wasn't Satan. He's not like anything. He's alien. His desires and goals are beyond us, but when he asked me for what purpose I had summoned him, I told him what I wanted, and I believe he took pity on me. Pity or malice, it makes no difference. He gave me what I wanted, and I was glad, for a time. And what was it you wanted? I asked before I could stop myself. This story was a different kind of magic, a kind I was equally as unable to resist. I told him I wanted to live like the people on TV. I told him I wanted my daughter to be safe, that I wanted my town to be better than it was, and that I wanted to live in a perfect world for the rest of my days. I blinked, not quite believing it, but the evidence was hard to deny. Aiken looked more like the town from Leave It to Beaver than a modern-day Midwestern one. I woke up in my bed, came downstairs, and found Darby and Karen making breakfast. They said they wanted to apologize for staying out so late, but they had gone to take Stephen to this ice cream parlor in the next town over, and they just lost track of time. I sat down, seeing the two of them looking friendlier than I had seen them in a long time. They were completely changed. Karen was the perfect student, the perfect daughter, the perfect friend, and Darby was the husband I'd always wanted him to be. I went to Aiken and found a wholesome town full of wholesome people. There were no drugs, no poison religion, and when they drank, it was never to excess. It's been that way ever since. People come sometimes, lost people, and they assimilate. They become part of this town, and they never leave. What I worry, though, is how much longer I have like this. My daughter has been a senior in high school since 1964. My husband has been selling the same houses for decades, and I've continued to push this town along from the shadows all this time. I wonder every day if it will be the day that my patron will call his chickens home, and I will have to pay a price for my hubris. I put the teacup down, thanking her and saying that I should really be going now. She was right. The call was easy for me to resist, but it was still there, whispering in the background as we spoke, and it was loud. Mike has left your car out front. Drive until you see the city limits, and don't stop for anything. And if the town won't let me leave? I asked, feeling cold dread settle inside me. She snorted softly. Well, my husband has some nice houses on the north side that he's been dying to sell. I got in my station wagon and drove. I drove over the speed limit. No one stopped me. When I passed the city limits, it was like wire twisting in my guts. I want to tell you that the color came back all at once, but it was more gradual than that. It was like the color suddenly washed in instead of out, and everything gained substance again. I drove until I found a motel, the first fleabag motel I could find, and then I stopped to write an account of what I had seen. At first, it was so I could get it all down before I forgot, but I think eventually it was to turn into my editor. The more I wrote, however, the more I knew I couldn't do it. People would read it, and some of them would believe it. They would come to Aiken, they would get trapped, and some people would become a part of Lois's nightmare. I drove to Wabash instead. I saw the demon in the mirror, and it all turned out to be bullshit, just as I'd thought it would. So, if you read this and think it sounds like a great idea to live in a town like Aiken, think again. Because Lois is right. One day, whatever creature is keeping that place together is going to get bored with its human ant farm and knock it over. Someday he'll take that power back, and on that day, he might just take Aiken along with him. I just wish I could remember my wife. We've been through this, Daryl. You don't have a wife. You never had a wife. You have to get over this. Daryl twitched as he hung his head. This was his remember tell, that twitching foot. People had different places that they hid memories, and his was in his foot. It would sound strange to anyone who didn't know, but people didn't always hide memories in their mind. Sometimes they hid them in places that would help them never quite be lost. The tap of a foot, the snap of a finger, scratching an ear. There were a lot of ways to remember, and she was never quite able to pull it all out of him. I know that, Daryl said. Tap, tap, tap. But sometimes I remember her. It's usually when I'm on a date or I'm making dinner. I'll be listening to a podcast or talking about hiking or something, and there she'll be. I see her red curly hair, her piercing green eyes, her white teeth. But he trailed off then, shaking as whatever he had been remembering escaped him. Tap, tap, tap. I don't even know her name, but I know we were married, and I can't seem to remember what happened to her. Dr. Winters chewed on the end of her pen, thinking of strategies to make this his last session. Well, why don't you drink some tea and lay back and start with what you can remember. Then we can look at it and see what's going on here. Obedient as any dog, Daryl drank the tea and laid back. It must have burned his mouth. She hadn't meant for him to chug it, but it was a mental suggestion that she had implanted in him, and he did it without thinking. Poor Daryl would have some toasted taste buds tomorrow, but that was probably the least of his worries, and a problem for later Daryl, to be sure. At the moment, she still hadn't figured out how to get all the memories this time. As he lay there, pouring his heart out for the 5th or 6th time since she had brought him here, Dr. Winters rose from the chair and went to stand over him. His head lay against the arm of the couch, the other side having no arm, and she reached down and touched his temples as she let her eyes roll back and her breath become comfortable. She didn't need to see the memories there, the ones that shouldn't be there. She could have read Daryl's whole sad marriage word for word by this point. In truth, Daryl had been married. He had been married to a woman that had turned out to be less normal than he had thought. Winter knew what the term for that was, but it barely mattered. She was a leech, a psychic vampire, and she'd been draining him of his will to live for 5 years, at least the 5 years that they'd been married. We met my first year of college, came the whispered words, and she saw a younger Daryl as he walked into his dorm room for the first time. He had a box under his arm, the rest of his stuff already here after many, many trips, and a gleam in his eye that wouldn't last. He was in his freshman year of college, writing a scholarship that would ensure he got the bachelor's degree in engineering that he wanted. He had his whole life in front of him. He had everything to win or lose. He had met her at a freshman mixer, a woman a year older than him that had bright red hair and inquisitive green eyes. He couldn't remember her name. Winter had taken that from him at least, but he could remember more than he should. He remembered the way she had laughed at his jokes, though couldn't see the put-on for what it was. He could remember the smell of her hair when she flipped it behind her, strawberries and cream. He remembered the way her hand had felt on his when she touched it, and Daryl was in her grip from then on. He had never gotten his bachelor's degree, but they had started dating after the mixer. She had been a culinary arts major, but she soon stopped going to class and pestered him to do the same. He was so smart already. Why did he need the classes? She could miss one or two, so he could too. It wouldn't hurt him. Didn't he want to see her? Didn't he want to spend time with her? So of course he had begun to skip classes, and of course his grades had slipped, but he was still doing okay. He was getting by, doing okay on his tests and studying when he could. College was his first real sense of freedom, and she was his first real relationship that felt like it existed. Daryl had dated before, but never like this. This felt real, substantial, and he didn't want to lose it. He hadn't noticed the drain yet, the tiredness in the morning or the mental fatigue, and he wouldn't for a while yet. She was devious, his soon-to-be wife. She took sips then, not gulping for meals. She wormed her way in slowly, in no hurry, and Daryl just chalked it up to the tiredness of doing something new. He drank a little more coffee, took vitamins, and slept a little harder when he slept. He was young. These were things that he could get over. It was fine. At first, he was getting ready for midterms in his sophomore year when she dropped a bombshell on him. She showed up one afternoon just before class, crying and saying she was leaving college. She had lost her scholarship. She couldn't afford tuition. They were going to put her out of student housing. She had no choice but to move to a new place, somewhere that she could afford. She wanted Daryl to come with her. She couldn't lose him, and she sounded so pitiful that he couldn't help but give her what she wanted. Daryl left college, packing all his stuff in a U-Haul that she had rented, and then they left for Hanover. I loved her. At least, I thought I did. For a while, they had been happy. His family wasn't happy. Neither were his friends, but he and his girlfriend were happy. He got a job doing something mindless, something that paid the bills, and it paid enough that she could stay home and keep the house. They were a happy little couple, the two of them. But Winter wondered if they were really so happy. Daryl certainly thought he was, but that was around the time his health began to deteriorate. He started losing his hair. His skin lost its luster. He slowed down. He was tired a lot. It didn't matter to him. Daryl was happy, and that was all that matters. What didn't make him happy were the phone calls from his family. When are you going back to school? What will you do without school? This was your dream. How can you just abandon it? Daryl understood, but as they kept telling him what was best for him, she wormed her fingers in. Who are they to tell you what to do? You are your own man, and you shouldn't have to take that from them. They kept asking, and she kept telling, and eventually, Daryl stopped answering their calls. First it was his parents, then his brother, then his uncle and aunt, and eventually they stopped calling. His friends kept calling, kept coming around, but she began to poison him against them as well. They didn't approve of her. They were against her. They wanted to separate them. His friends had never said anything against her. They generally liked his girlfriend, but the means was already there. Daryl stopped taking their calls too, and before long, it was just the two of them. They got married not long after, Daryl wanting something that wouldn't abandon him like everything else. And for 5 years, they lived as husband and wife. She had separated him from his family, from his friends, and that's when she began to really work on him. It started subtly, little jabs about his weight, his job, his lifestyle, but soon it really blew up. Daryl was fat, he was worthless, he was good for nothing, and good at nothing. She rode him constantly, never ceasing. He lost his job, his savings dwindled, and still she picked at him. His body entered a state of exhaustion, and Daryl found himself losing long tracts of time. He would sit on the couch, only meaning to rest for a few minutes, but he would pass out and nap, or just sit in front of the TV and zone out. Then she would yell at him about that too, and over time, it all changed. Over time, even my body saw her as the enemy. While this was going on, she only got younger. She looked exactly the same, her skin radiant, her hair lustrous, her eyes sparkling maliciously, but then she began to go backwards. Suddenly she looked 25 again, then 22. Before long, people thought she was his daughter instead of his wife. Still, she picked at him. Look how good she looked next to a fat old man. And Daryl became, well, not angry, but suspicious of how she was doing this. Winter delved deeper, trying to find it. It was almost there, like something stuck between your teeth, but she couldn't quite grab a hold of it. It was infuriating. Winter could feel the anguish Derek had felt every time she tried to catch it, but it always managed to slip through her fingers. She went deeper, delving into his psyche, looking for the threads of that last painful shard. Something had changed inside Daryl. He no longer saw her as his loving wife, as his world, but as some inescapable other. She had done so much to break him that his body had begun to react to her presence. His stomach would hurt. He would get irrationally nervous around her. He would sweat profusely, and his days and nights were becoming akin to living with a bear. Daryl hadn't understood, but Winter did. His body had been affected by her for so long that it saw her as a threat, even if he didn't. It had entered a kind of fight-or-flight mode, and one night it had chosen to fight. They were eating dinner. Daryl was having the pork chops that he had made, and she was having him. She was talking about how bad the pork chops were, how soggy the vegetables were, how she wouldn't have expected anything less from him, on and on and on, and that's when he saw it. He looked up, something he hadn't done in quite a while, since he didn't often look her in the eye, and he saw it. She was talking, but there was something sliding into her mouth. It was a constant stream of string, a neon wire of energy, and he was horrified to realize that it was coming from him. She was eating him, devouring him a little at a time. And suddenly it all made sense. The hair loss, the weight loss, followed by weight gain and lost teeth, the sallow skin, the lack of sleep. It all came down to her. When she noticed him looking, she smiled at him through her venom, realizing that he was realizing what she was doing too. Put it together, huh, Porky? Took you long enough, and it's too late anyway. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. I'll eat you up, and then go find another sucker for my dinner. Daryl couldn't be sure if he had actually heard her say it, but when she smirked, her eyes asking what he meant to do about it, that was when he decided that she had to die. It was her or him, after all. She would have stopped him if he hadn't taken her focus, but she was intent on her mockery, and that was how he had done it. He had put the steak knife in her before either of them had realized it, and it slid out of her neck as she fell out of her chair and shuddered on the floor. She was dead in minutes, and Daryl hadn't had a clue what to do after he had done it. Tap, tap, tap. There! Dr. Winters had it. His foot had bumped the air, a nervous twitch he had developed during his 5 years in hell. He hadn't meant to do it, but Winter almost thought he had subconsciously tried to help her. She had her claws in the last shard of memory, and as she dug it out, she watched herself enter the apartment. She had come there for some reason, called there by something broken and in need, and she had found him slumped over his dead wife as the blood poured between his fingers. She had touched his shoulder, seeing what had happened in a heartbeat, and told him not to bother. She was dead. She wasn't coming back. And unless Daryl wanted to be dead in the few years it would take Utah to put him to death, then he better come with her. Daryl had hesitated, but he had come after a little more mourning. He had stepped away with her and walked from the door of his apartment into Cashmere. She tossed the last piece of memory into the sink, letting Daryl get some rest before she woke him up. She prayed that she had gotten all of it this time, and that Daryl might be free to live without the shadow of that hateful creature that had chosen him at that long-ago mixer. He deserved to be happy, for as long as he was able, at least. My first day in the deep woods was certainly a learning experience. My boss, the sun in Camber & Son, did indeed call right about the time I was walking in the door.
It appeared that Terry had known what he was talking about. Right around sunset, just as everyone would be heading inside, was when he decided to call and give me the news. "Wood, glad I caught you," he said, chuckling like he just told a good one. "I'm not sure if I bring good news or bad news, but it's news." "Well, hit me with it," I told him, feigning like I didn't know. "It's Curly's crew. The Foresters, well, they caught up with them in the deep woods today. They were chopping, trying to get a little ahead before autumn, and they didn't even notice the mist that was creeping in. They got 10 of them, just dragged them off, and if Curly and Mag hadn't seen them at the last minute and sat right down, we wouldn't have had a clue what had happened to them. Curly and Mag got back yesterday about sunset, and I've been churning my brain to figure out who was going to replace them. Then I remembered that Garza's going to be in the hospital for the foreseeable future, and you boys don't have anyone to lead you on the outskirts crew. So, as of tomorrow, you and your crew will be on the Deep Woods run. If you choose not to, I understand, and I'll accept your resignation." I thought that some of my crew might resign, but most of us had bills to pay and could use the increase in pay that came from cutting in the Deep Woods. I've talked a lot about the Deep Woods, but not a lot about how the crews operate in there. The outskirts crews, the new recruits, keep the woods from encroaching on the town. They cut them back day in and day out, and they stay relatively safe, despite all that happens to my crew. Outskirts crews usually don't encounter nearly as many problems as mine had, and the newbies work the new growth until they're ready to go into the deep woods. Some of them never get ready, some of them stay on the outskirts for their whole career, but most finally prove themselves ready and head into the deep woods. The deep woods was where the real money was to be made. Outskirts crew was more of a civic duty, but the deep wood is where the best wood comes from. The crew cut the hardwood from within the depths, and the carpenters and woodworkers in town use it to make the furniture that our town is known for. No one ever ventured to Rayffered to check out the place that their tables and their chairs come from, but they pay big bucks for them. The deep woods are a nearly magical place, and many of them report that the trees they cut just the day before have grown almost to the same height the next day. They bring out truckloads of wood a day, but the danger is what makes the pay worthwhile. Their groups get attacked twice as often as the ones on the outskirts, and the turnover rate on the Deep Woods crew is staggering. No, I won't desert you now. I assume it will come with a pay raise, of course. He laughed. Of course. Usual Deep Woods rates will apply. I've already had most of your old crews say that they'll be glad to sign on with Curly as well. He'll meet you in the yard tomorrow. Your dad knows where. See you bright and early. I hung up the phone and went to find Dad in his study. Mom was still working on dinner, and Dad was probably having his usual Sunday glass of whiskey as he read old westerns in his study. It was something he'd done for years, since I was little, and when I saw him look up from his Louis L'Amour novel and smile at me, I wasn't surprised. "Have a good visit to the hospital?" he asked, and it was hard to remember that just a few hours ago I'd been at the hospital with Garza. "Pretty good. I got a phone call when I got home, though, that I thought might interest you." I told him about what had happened to Curly's group and what they planned to do with my group. Dad closed his book and listened, nodding as I told him what the boss had said. His whiskey sweated quietly beside him, and when I had finished, he shook his head somberly. "I told Curly he was trekking too deep. We all did. He was getting too close to the Heartwood, and that's why they attacked him. He got too close to their hideout, you see, and it looks like his men paid the price for it. Hopefully he remembers that, and doesn't get his new group killed too." What should I know about the Deep Woods before I go in?" I asked. "After all, you're one of the longest members of the Deep Woods crew." Tad laughed. "Flattery, really? I won't deny it. I've lasted that long because I'm careful. The Deep Woods will respect you, as long as you respect them. Just be safe. Keep a watch out for fog and be alert. You'll be okay, I think. You've always been careful, especially after Simon was taken. Just don't lose that respect for the woods now. And if Curly tells you to do something that seems unwise, don't do it." "What's he like? Is he like Garza?" Dad shook his head. "No, he's not like Garza. Curly is knowledgeable about the deep woods. He's one of the best pathfinders and scouts, but he takes way too many risks, and he's too worried about quotas and filling orders. I've been with Edwards since..." Dad gulped a little and looked shaken. "Well, since the incident. And he doesn't bring as much wood as Curly, but he's careful. He never takes us too close to the heartwood, and he keeps us out of trouble. Curly has lost 3 outfits since I joined Edwards' group, and he's lost multiple members besides. Be careful when you go out with him, and warn the other members of your group, too. He doesn't always have your best interest in heart." I started to ask him if he had any more info, but that was about the time that Mom called us to dinner. We ate meatloaf and mashed potatoes with green beans, and I had my shower and got to bed a little earlier than usual. I wanted my strength for the next day, whatever might come. My dreams were far from peaceful. I was a little kid again, but instead of sitting in the street, I was being chased by foresters through the deep, dark woods. The trees had faces and long, grasping hands, and the foresters came from every direction. I ran and ran, but I never seemed to get anywhere. And when I woke up to my alarm clock blaring, I was snared in my sheets and hopelessly tangled. Mom made me about twice the amount of breakfast she usually did, and I was starting to feel like a sacrificial lamb by the time I was done eating it all. Dad looked on longingly from over his grapefruit. His cholesterol was high, and mine was likely to be higher after this mountain of food, and I snuck him some bacon when Mom wasn't looking. There were 4 sandwiches in my lunchbox today as we rode to work. I felt nervous in a way that I hadn't for months. "Don't sweat it, Jeff," Dad said. "It's just the woods. It's honestly no more dangerous than the outskirts or even the city streets. Just be mindful and be careful. As long as you never get comfortable and forget where you are, you should be fine." We pulled up to the yard then, got out with my lunchbox, and followed Dad to the area where the Deepwood guys met. Derek, Jameson, and Clancy were there, and I saw that Michael and Jordan had been brought along too. There were a couple of other people as well, faces I didn't know, and one of them was a tall, thin guy with blonde hair that was slicked back to his skull with gel. He had his thumbs hooked into his belt in that way that let you know that he was in charge, and I supposed that he must be Curly. The big bald guy next to him must be Mags then, and as I came to join them, Curly reached out to shake my hand when he caught sight of me. "There he is. I've never met a real-life war hero or had one on my team before. Maybe you can save a few of these guys from the foresters like you did for Garza." I smiled and pumped his hand, but I didn't like the way he said it. It sounded sarcastic, like he wanted to put me in my place. "Gentlemen," he said, clapping his hands together, "I'm so very glad that you decided not to quit on me when you were called to go to the deep woods. I'm Clarence, everyone calls me Curly, foreman of this outfit. This is Mags, my right-hand man, and you have been assembled because my old crew ran afoul of the things that we will encounter in the woods. I won't lie to you, this job is dangerous. We work hard in this outfit, and we go deeper than any other outfit. That being said, we will be safe, and we will be on guard. So, let's load up and head into the woods. We have a full day of cutting ahead." I stuck close to Derek as we piled into the big old work truck and took off, wanting to find out about Ramsey. "Good to see you with us," he said, as the two of us bustled into the back bed along with the new guys. We were traveling 6 per truck, and it was pretty packed, but we squeezed in with the gear and got moving. "Where's Ramsey?" I asked, as the wind whipped past my face. "Retired. Garza, too." "Really?" I asked, wondering why Garza hadn't mentioned it at the hospital. "Well, yeah. They both had about 20 years in, dude. I'm surprised it took them this long. The news is that Garza may never walk right again, and Ramsey said he'd rather retire early and spend time with his granddaughter than go into the deep woods. I'm a little nervous too, actually. They all make it sound so creepy. I felt the same. As we headed into the dark canopy, I guessed we would find out about this place together. The deep woods were about what I thought they would be, but it's a little different thinking about them and seeing them. The canopy of trees was thick, confining, and it got darker the deeper you went. The trees here were huge, thick old oaks and massive dark wood trees that were thicker around than any two men. This was the heart and soul of the town, and it was unthinkable that it could just keep regrowing at an unmanageable rate. We drove for about half an hour, and when we came to a stop, I had to look up to make sure the sun was still out. It was dark enough to be early afternoon, and the woods were shadowy indeed. We piled out with our gear, ready to get started, but Curly pulled us together for a briefing before we got to cutting. "Okay, 10 of you will be cutting and loading," he said, indicating the wood trailers behind the truck. "Mags and I will be on the watch for foresters. This is a duty that we will rotate, and when it's your turn, watch doesn't mean sitting on your phone and goofing off. We watch for mist, we listen for foresters, and we all come out alive. Start cutting. I want that trailer filled within an hour." So we cut. We cut trees, we skinned limbs, and then we all helped move them to the trailer and load them in. Some of them were so big we had to half them to get them in. But we were diligent, and the first load was soon heading back to the yard. We filled the next in short order and began to alternate as the new cart came back. This went on for quite a while, cutting and cleaning and rolling and placing and coming and going, and when lunch rolled around, I was glad for the extra sandwiches. "You know," Derek said around a mouthful of BLT, "I thought it'd be a lot scarier out here, but it really isn't." The productivity persisted till after lunch. We had no sooner started cutting again than Curly came up blowing a whistle and flashing a lantern. "Turn them off and sit down! Turn them off and sit down!" he shouted. All 12 of us had a seat, chainsaws off and heads down. That's when I noticed the fog. It came rolling up through the trees, and the foresters came with it. I was used to the fog preceding the foresters by a little bit, but they came right along with it, this deep in the woods. We were sitting on our hands, just waiting for it to pass, and it was much more organized than I was used to. Normally, we didn't see the mist till it was too late. With lookouts in place, it was much easier to spot it before it spotted us, and I tried to keep my teeth from chattering as I caught sight of them. The fog still hid them, but not as much as I would have liked. They groaned and creaked as they walked among us, knocking things over and kicking things astray as they made their slow way through the woods. We all sat as still as we could, trying not to move or squirm, and the foresters went along without comment. There must have been pressing business somewhere else, because 10 minutes later they had all moved on, and Curly said it was safe to go back to work. We had another stop, about 3, for another mist warning, and by then the lights were more useful. We had our chainsaws on and our earplugs in, and I couldn't have heard the whistle if my life had depended on it. The flashlight's light, however, caught my eye, and I killed the engine and sat down quickly. This time they moved a little slower, taking their time as they shuffled along, but it hardly mattered. We had loaded up so many wagons that we were on schedule to make our quota and then some. I understood then what Dad was saying. Curly could be a bit of a blowhard, and he took a lot of chances, but he was efficient, and he got the job done. As 5 o'clock came, the sun getting low in the tree line, we packed up and headed back to the yard. I'd spent the whole day making mental notes for later, compiling data so I could let Terry know about the deep woods. It seemed like the access road we had used to get here would be the best way, but I suppose if we were in a hurry, it might not make for a good escape. It was probably about an hour from the yard to the heart of the woods, and if we attacked it, then there would need to be a hasty retreat. We came back with the final 2 carts, the last loaded rather hastily, and Curly called us all together and let us know that we had done well. 9 carts! That's well above quota.
Great job, everyone. Not bad for our first day. Get some rest and come back tomorrow, ready for more cutting." I met Dad at the truck, his eyes looking at the darkening sky with some apprehension. "There you are. Good day in the woods?" "Suppose," I said, flexing a sore arm. "I didn't get picked up by the foresters, so I suppose it was, yeah." As we piled into the truck, however, I realized that tomorrow was another day. I hated the summer house. That's a weird thing to say, I know, but it's true. I would stay there for at least a week every year, and sometimes we would go up there for holidays. One year we spent Christmas at the cabin, and that was a miserable time indeed. The cabin, my family's summer home, sat on the edge of Lake Erie, and it was a modest 2-bedroom cabin with a loft in the eaves. It had a little kitchen, a nice living room with a fireplace, and 2 bedrooms downstairs, one for my sisters and one for me. Mom and Dad always slept in the loft, so they never saw any of the weirdness that I saw from my bed in the smaller of the 2 bedrooms. The floor of the cabin had these wide gaps between the floorboards, and it let you see the underside of the cabin. Dad always promised us that he would replace the floorboards, but he never did. They were old wood, smooth and not prone to splinters, and I guess Dad thought it was worth the occasional spider or bug coming up through the floorboards if his socks didn't get hung on the poking wood. Bugs and spiders and other kind of pests were the least of my concern, though. I didn't notice it right away, of course. The first time we stayed there, I was just amazed by the cabin. It was so cool, having a cabin all to ourselves, and I explored every room and every inch before going outside. We swam in the lake, we took our canoes out, I climbed trees and played pretend for hours. And after dinner, I fell into a deep sleep. I'm not even sure that I dreamed that first night, and I couldn't wait to do it all again the next day. As that week went on, however, I started to notice the strange noises that wafted up from beneath the floorboards. It sounded like something moving around down there, a scuffling sound that made me think of small animals or bugs. I could sometimes catch glimpses of them between the gaps in the floorboards, but they were always too quick for me to see. Dad said it was probably just rats, and that most of these old cabins had rodents living under the floorboards. He put down traps in the kitchen, not wanting to bother them if they were living under the house. The traps never caught anything, though, and Dad just kind of shrugged it off as well-behaved pests. They were well-behaved for everyone, but me, it seemed. I never felt like I did the first night again, and that scuffling beneath the boards would sometimes keep me awake all night. I would lay there, listening to them moving around, and think to myself that they sounded way too big to be mice. If they were rats, then they were big rats, and I sometimes worried that they would try to come up through the floorboards. We always had fun while we were there, but I spent my nights praying that I could get to sleep before the scrabbling noises could keep me awake. My parents bought the house when I was 4, and we went there every year until I was 12. I had a lot of time to listen and a lot of time to investigate the noises, as well as a lot of time to lie awake and be scared. When I was 10, we stayed there for 2 weeks after a storm knocked out the power at our house. Knocked out the power for the whole area, actually. The flooding caused the grid to go down, and my parents decided to stay there until things returned to normal. It was miserable. Every night I just lay there, listening to the scrabbling of whatever was under there. No matter how many pillows I put on my head, no matter how much I swam and ran and wore myself out, no matter what I did to fall asleep, it never did any good. The scratching and the scrabbling would always keep me awake, and after 8 nights straight of this, I'd had enough. It was 11 o'clock, and I growled as the scratching started again. I was tired, I was grumpy, and I had had enough. I pushed myself out of bed, coming down hard on the boards before stomping around as loud as I dared, hoping to scare them. I'd been stomping around for a couple of minutes when suddenly the noise under my feet stopped. I stood there, feeling pleased with myself as I crawled back into bed. If I'd known it would be that easy, I would have done it weeks ago. As I closed my eyes and finally dropped into something like sleep, I felt secure here for the first time since that first night. But it was short-lived. When I heard the scrabbling again, I realized it had barely been an hour. The sound was so loud that it made me think that something was trying to come through the floor. I peeked over the side of the bed and saw something pressing against the cracks. It was dark, so it was hard to tell, but through the floor cracks, I thought I saw fingers digging up through the holes in the wood. The fingers were dirty, the wood making them run with dark liquid as it cut them. But they kept pushing. I was frozen in fear, my 10-year-old mind not sure what to do, but as the floorboards groaned, I knew it would get me if I didn't do something. I reached beside the bed with a shaky hand and found the baseball bat that I had leaned there. I had been practicing. Baseball tryouts would start soon, but it was not what I imagined I'd be using it for. I took it up, leaned down, and swung at the hand with all my might. It didn't stop right away, but after a few more hard shots, it pulled its fingers back under the boards. They were probably broken, at least I hoped they were, and as I clutched the bat, I waited for them to come back again. I sat there for a while, just staring at the floor, as I watched something worse than a finger look back at me. It was a single, bloodshot eye, and it looked very human. It locked eyes with me, and I pulled back into the bed, the bat clattering to the floor. My parents came quick when I started screaming. I tried to explain it to them, tried to tell them what I had seen, but they just thought I'd been having a nightmare. Finally, they allowed me to sleep with them in the loft, and until we went home, that was where I slept. I refused to be in that room by myself, even during the day, and I wasn't bothered again that time. Wasn't the last time I saw that mad eye, though, or heard the scrabbling of all those fingers. We didn't go back the next year. Dad couldn't get his time off approved or something, and when they planned a week-long trip when I was 12, I tried to get out of it. I still had nightmares sometimes about those eyes and fingers, and I didn't want to go back. I was 12, old enough to be by myself, and if my sister hadn't tried to do the same thing, I think I'd have managed it. I even promised her that she could have my room, but she was not going for it. Mom put her foot down and said none of us were staying home, and we would all be going, and that would be that. I packed my bat, as well as a flashlight, and we set out for the lake house on the second week of July. I tried my best to wear myself out that first day. I swam for hours. I explored and hiked, and by the time night fell, I was nodding off at the dinner table. I'd run myself ragged, and I was hoping that if I didn't antagonize them, maybe they would leave me alone. By the time it was late enough to head for bed, I fell onto the little mattress and was out before my head hit the pillow. I thought I had managed it, that I had finally gotten to sleep before the scratching could start, and I slipped off as I thought that I might have finally broken the cycle. When the scratching woke me up in the wee hours, I cursed and smacked my pillow as I sat up. It was louder than ever. It sounded like an animal's claws, like nails on a chalkboard, and as I peeked over the edge of the bed, I could see something as it moved beneath the boards. It was pushing again, thrusting its fingers between the wooden slats, and when the fingertips began coming through, I felt like I was having the nightmares all over again. It pushed at the boards, warping them, bending them in odd ways, and I felt certain that it would come through the floor at any minute. Some of the fingers were bent in odd ways, the tips looking like they might have healed after I had broken them, and as I took up the bat again, I prepared to give them something to heal from again. I smashed those fingers as they tried to poke free, and as the blood ran down, they pulled them back, and the eye came back to stare at me. It was bloodshot and awful, and when I hit the floorboards, it moved away as I was left in silence. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind, every scrape of a tree branch, every groan of the wood that sounded like the scraping as it returned. I finally fell asleep, but it was nearly morning, and I woke up tired and groggy. I was pokey the rest of the day. My mom asked if I was feeling sick, but I assured her that I was fine. I did take a nap later, though. I wanted to be on my game when it came back that night. But I got more than I bargained for. As I sat in the middle of my bed, bat in hand and fighting sleep, I began to hear a scrabbling like I had never heard before. It was as if a beast with 1,000 fingers was crawling down there, and as it moved, it dug its nails in deep. The boards began to buck and bulge, a multitude of fingers scrabbling at the wood, and when they began to poke through, there was no way I could get them all. I swung my bat again and again, smashing fingers and breaking nails, but it was like an army was underneath the floorboards. I kept hitting them again and again, their digits snapping loudly, but the wood was starting to come up. I screamed, not for anyone, but just in general, and as they started to press up and into my room, I caught a glimpse of what was beneath. I wanted to scream, but it was stuck in my throat. I had thought it was rats at first, but then I thought maybe it was just a single person. But as I saw the eyes that looked up from the floor, I didn't know what to think. It was people, naked, skeletal thin, all of them trying to come up and out of the area beneath the floor. I counted 4, then 5, then maybe a dozen, and they were trying to pry up the floorboards. Their numbers just kept growing. How many were there under the floor? I pictured ants coming out of a hill, and the idea of that many half-starved humans pressed beneath our summer cabin made my skin crawl. I heard loud footsteps coming towards my room, and suddenly the door opened and the hall light spilled in. I thought there might be as many as a dozen. They looked up as the door came open, their eyes looking surprised as they saw him. I was shocked too, but my shock was twinged with hope as someone came to save me at long last. "What in the hell are you?" But Dad stopped as he saw what was under the floor. They saw him too, and they tried to get through the floor, but he didn't give them time. He stepped in, grabbed me, and stepped out, closing the door and putting a chair under it from the hallway. Then he woke up my sisters and took all of us up to the loft as he called the police. Then he sat up there with a pistol, something I didn't even know he owned until that moment, and waited for the police to arrive or some of the people from the floor to come out. When the police arrived, he came down to let them in, and then he came back to keep us safe. That was my dad, always a protector. Cops didn't find anything, but the pushed-up floorboards kind of helped our story. I told them how long it had been going on, what I had heard and seen, and they searched under the house and in the nearby woods before finally giving up. They found sign in the house of something moving around down there, even a screen on the side of the house that had been jimmied open, but they didn't find much else. Dad didn't tell me till I was older, but apparently the sheriff who came out to check the scene had told him a story. The lake house was so cheap enough that a working stiff like my dad could afford it because it was the site of something terrible. The last owner had gone missing suddenly. A man, a woman, 3 children, and none of them had ever been found again. They'd searched everywhere, but found neither hide nor hair of them. The only thing they did find was a pushed-up board in the room that I now stayed in. Enough boards for a small horde to squeeze in through. My parents sold the lake house after that, and we got a timeshare in North Carolina. That was a decade ago, but I still have nightmares about the people under the cabin sometimes. So if you see a cabin for sale on Lake Erie, be very cautious and do your homework. There could be more in the foundation than just the termites.
I stood before the assembled courts, my robe of office as pristine as it could be for someone who worked around a lot of dirt. I got my notes in order and tried to likewise order my thoughts, but it was difficult in my current state. It's hard to collect much of anything when you're sitting before two queens of Fae. Each Fae court had no less than 7 counselors, but while they were huddled on benches, the queens of summer and winter sat on thrones of polished bone and heartwood. It was all quite intimidating, but the pageantry and the intrigue of it was a little much for me. The lady had been missing for 3 weeks by this point, and it had been the longest 3 weeks that anyone could remember. The garden had been closed, despite what Randy had said to Tobias. Tobias was doing his best, but none of us could do what the lady did. We had that spark of her power, but we couldn't create the strange and wondrous things that she did. Without her, we would have a hard time getting much out of the botanical gardens, and Tobias was trying to find something that they could cultivate, some new kind of plant or fungi that they could showcase, but it wasn't quite as spectacular as trees with faces and confectionery landscapes. For the time being, we had decided to close the park and hope for the best, but a week after Randy and the Barker had set off with the Gordling, something unexpected happened. It was just a few at first, 1 or 2, but when I left for the council meeting today, no less than 15 Brandylow had disappeared. At first, I was afraid they had been taken by something. Maybe the Green Man's people had started abducting them, but Tobias assured me that this wasn't the case. It happened after she became a statue, too. They're looking for her, following their senses, so they can locate her. Whatever the statue did to block her, we're having trouble finding her until we caught her scent randomly one night. Some of them will come back, and some of them will feel moved to pass their powers on to others, but in the end, we will have our Brandylow back. They always come back. They're drawn to her. What we need now, however, is to bring her back. Hence why I petitioned this meeting. Courts of Summer and Winter, I am honored that you have agreed to meet with me today. I come to you on a matter of no small importance, on a matter that means quite a lot to me and my people. Our patron has been stolen from us, taken by a member of the Winter Court. There were some theatrical gasps, but I'm pretty sure that Titania and Mab already knew that the lady was missing. A few of Mab's counselors made outraged exclamations, but Mab seemed less than surprised. Quite the contrary, a quiet, wintry smile played across her face as she leaned forward on her carved throne to peer at me. So, that creaking bastard actually did it. I didn't think he had the sand to go against my direct order, but I suppose I was mistaken. Then the court will, it's already done, emissary. The Green Man is here, and for all time, exiled from the Court of Winter. He possesses no holdings, he commands no titles, he has no authority over any within my court. He will have no asylum with us, you may rest assured. I breathed out in disbelief. That had been much easier than I had thought it would be. I'd expected Mab to ask for proof, to request a period of investigation, but she had simply cast him out. Part of it was her very public declaration at the winter gathering to do so if he crossed her. But I suspect that she might have been looking for a reason to be shed of him as well. Perhaps he had become too ambitious,
Perhaps she was simply tired of cleaning up his messes, but in the end, it amounted to the same thing. On to the next bit of business. Then I would bring up another matter of business that has brought me here today. My lady, our patron, is gone, and we have no way to find her. We have people looking for her, but the world is a very big place, and we don't know where she might be. I'm requesting the help of Summer in finding my patron, a member of your court." Titania looked at me levelly, Mab looking at her with an air of bemused uncertainty, and I suddenly felt very warm. It is something few have experienced to be in the probing gaze of an aspect of the growing times, and it makes me think of small animals and predators. She could kill me if she wanted, it wouldn't be hard, but I was hoping that court protocol would keep me from being slain out of hand. "What sort of aid would you ask of the court?" she finally asked, seeming to relax as she decided that she could ignore my implied rudeness. "I would like some help finding her," I said, trying not to shout. "We have sent our own people, but we're limited. I would ask you, Queen of Summer, to send out your scouts. You need not fight the Green Man. We can do that, but we need to know where to direct that fight." Titania chewed this over, taking so long that I thought I might go mad, before finally nodding. "Very well, I will dispatch my dewdrop fairies and tell them to scour the cold areas. Mab, perhaps you might do the same. Your fae are more adaptable to the cold spaces than mine." Mab chewed over the request, seeming to savor the idea of it, and I gritted my teeth as I waited. I got that fact that they were eternal beings, but sometimes it seemed like they had no sense of urgency, and it was maddening. "I suppose I could be moved to do such. I will send out some of my little scouts as well, to show that there is no lingering loyalty to the fugitive Green Man." I wanted to scream, but I forced myself to bow instead. Tobias had explained that while they could be infuriating, it was best to be courteous and deferential. "Thank you, my queens. Your help is greatly appreciated." I returned to my seat on the summer side, a small table that had been set aside from the rest that I was told was for lesser lords and their vassals. Another delegate came forward, something about trade routes through Fey country, and I tried to remain respectful while we whiled away the hours on things that had no relevance to me. Well, the clock ran forward in the real world. Time ran differently here than it did in the mortal world, and I could be losing days while I sat here listening to trade disputes and whatever else this was. I supposed it didn't matter. I could do little at the park anyway, without the help of these Fey scouts, so I sat patiently as a small eternity went by until finally we were released. "Thank you for your patience and for your attendance. We shall now bring this meeting to a close." As they all rose, me rising with them, Queen Titania turned her perfect green eyes towards me, and I stopped. "Brandylow, stay for a moment. I would have a word with you." I nodded, approaching her throne as Queen Mab took her leave with the rest of the counselors, and I was left alone with my lady's patron. "I understand your need, believe me, but in the future, I would suggest you show a little more restraint when you speak to those who command the elements. I could have easily taken offense at your word. My sister could have taken more than offense at those same words, and you would have been called to answer for them." "I apologize, my queen. I went beyond myself. It won't happen again." She nodded, but then she covered my hand with hers, and I felt the warmth of a mid-July flow through me. "I worry for her too, child. I worry that the Green Man may finally get what he wants, something he has wanted for centuries. The last time he took her, She was gone for nearly 50 years. It was an eye blink to me, little more than a passing fancy, but I know the Brandylows suffer while she is gone. Tobias came to me then, much as you have come to me now, and begged me for help. For 10 seasons I sent my people to search for her, and for 10 seasons we found nothing. I believed the worst. I believed that she was gone from time, and I mourned her. When she came back, it was like the first wind of summer had returned to my halls, and I want to see her return before it's too late. But I cannot be seen as to divert too many of my resources away to the search. My court is precarious, always has been, and they are as fond of intrigue and plotting as their contemporaries in winter. I have to maintain order, but I will give you every resource that I can. I nodded, understanding what she was saying, but not liking it. Thank you, I said, patting her hand with mine, and I promise you that we will bring her home. Randy is searching for her too, and I know that he won't give up until he finds her. He's as stubborn as a mule. She gave me leave to go then, and I stepped through the door to the council room and back out into the greenhouse. She could set up the doors wherever she wanted. Titania was talented with things like that, and the door to the lady's office was an easy enough way to go between worlds. Tobias looked up as I stepped out into the growing area and stepped away from the bed of earth that he'd been working on. "What did she say?" he asked, though I believed he already knew. "Titania and Mab have agreed to help us. They want to send out scouts to look for her. Both courts say that they'll report back what they find, so I guess it's back to waiting." Tobias nodded sadly. "I guess it's something. It's more than we got last time. Titania sent only a third of her fairies out for a decade, and when she found nothing, she gave up. Speaking of scouts, we got a letter from Randy," he said, reaching into his apron. "It was the second one in 2 weeks, and I took it and broke the seal so that I could read his latest update. He had thought letters might be a better way to communicate, since the phones could be tapped, and we didn't exactly have the things that you might need to set up a phone plan. So he mailed letters, and we hoped for the day that he would tell us that he had found her. Dear Sam, greetings from Tennessee. We've been searching here for a week or more. It's amazing how far you can travel when you don't need to sleep. The Barker's been trying to find the Green Man as well, but he seems to be finding it hard to locate the sense of him. The Gordlin has been more help. He's been leading us west, heading for something. He's pulling us towards the mountains, unerringly towards the mountains. I hope she's close. I'm ready to be home. Keep your heads up and be safe. Randy." "He's okay," I told Tobias, handing him the letter. "They're in Tennessee. It's pretty cold there. I hope he's being safe enough." We looked at each other for a moment, neither of us saying what we were thinking. We were hoping that his next letter would tell us that he was coming back with the lady, before things here began to fall apart, worse than they already were.
Dr. Foss. Dr. Foss. The shell of a man that had once been Dr. Augustus Foss looked up and tried to focus on the man in the dingy suit and the long coat. His shoes were shiny, the loafers of a man who shopped off the rack, but probably not because he couldn't afford it. The briefcase he carried was banged up, old, probably also not carried because he couldn't afford better. This man dressed the way he did, carried his case the way he did, but he acted like someone who knew his business. To this man, the old adage, "clothes make the man," was just so much hot air. This man got things done, but he looked like whatever he was doing was a real stumper. He looked like whatever he was doing was keeping him up at night, and he didn't like it. Doc, that was what the other patients called him, thought these things and filed them away as he so often did. But what he said to the man in the cheap suit with the dingy, beat-up case was, Yes? The man seemed to think about whether he wanted to continue and must have decided to soldier on. My name is Agent Warwick. I'm with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I want to talk to you about Thomas Murphy. That got a reaction out of the good doctor. He moaned and covered his ears, putting his head between his knees as he shook his head back and forth. No, not that one. He wouldn't say anything about that one. He couldn't talk about Thomas. If he did, they would get him. They were Thomas's creatures, and they were everywhere in here. Doctor, I just need to know about Thomas Murphy. It's for a case. I just need... No. I can't talk about him. Can't talk about him or they'll get me. The man lifted an eyebrow, tapping the pad in his hand with a pen. They? Now who might they be? The doctor shook his head. Can't say, not in the dark. They can see me in the dark. Agent Warwick looked around. Seems pretty bright in here to me. Doc shook his head. No, not in here. He glanced up, and there it was, looking at him from the corner. The grinning tar creature was hunched against the corner of the wall, smiling at him from between its deformed lips. It lifted a single finger to those lips and made a shh sound before it flapped its fingers at the doctor and sank into the cracks in the floor. The agent must have seen something on his face, because when he turned around, the thing was gone. What if we go somewhere else? Somewhere outside with the sun beating down on us? Will you tell me then? Doc wanted to tell him no, but the more he thought about it, as much as he could think about anything, the more he decided he did want to tell him. He wanted to tell this man, but he didn't want them to know that he had talked. They wouldn't go in the sun. He knew they wouldn't go into the sun, and he could go outside this place, away from them. Then he could talk. He nodded, his eyes begging him to help him, and Agent Warwick put his notepad away and told him to follow him. They won't let me, the doc said. I've had my outside time for the week. They won't let me just go outside because I want to go. I have to. They'll let you go if you're with me, Agent Warwick said. And Doc clinked a little as he stood up. Doc wasn't an inmate at the psychiatric hospital. They were called patients in here, but, well, that didn't stop them from putting cuffs on them and limiting them where they could go and what they could do. It was all under the auspices of mental health, but they couldn't go where they wanted or do what they wanted. All they could do was sit in the TV room or put puzzles together in the activity room and let these things eat on them. That's what this nut house really was when you got right down to it. It was an all-you-could-eat buffet for those creatures. They could roam about as they chose. There were no restrictions on them, and they could pick and pry at the other inmates' mental health. They had been eating on Doc for a while now, and he wanted to leave behind this soft slippered hell and cotton pajamaed purgatory and go back to his office and his clients and his apartment in Midtown. He knew he never would. His sanity was too ragged to ever be a normal person again. But sometimes, if he tried really hard, he could remember what it had been like before his mind had been split open like an egg. He followed Agent Warwick through the halls of Green Glade Psychiatric Home and felt halfway normal again. It was like being a doctor, walking the halls on his way home or as he headed to his next meeting. If he hadn't been in shackles, he could have pretended as much, but the light scrape of his slippers as they moved along would never be mistaken for his loafers, and the clank of chains could never be mistaken for the swish of his watch chain. He was a broken man now, and he was one that was looking forward to standing in the sun for a change. "Excuse me," said one of the guys in blue scrubs. "I'm afraid that the gardens are closed. If you'd prefer to meet in the library or the..." "He'll be with me. We just want some air while we talk. We won't be long," Agent Warwick assured him, and the man rolled his eyes as he opened the back door for the pair. Doc felt better when he was out in the sun. They didn't get out in the sun often enough, and most of them had the dry skin and pale complexions to prove it. He didn't know if the staff knew that the creatures were feeding on them, but they kept them inside most of the time. They got about an hour a day outside, sometimes less if the weather was bad. Then they could be stuck inside for days. Those were the times that Doc hated the most. It didn't matter where you were, in the TV room, in the library, in the activity room, in the bathroom, upstairs in your bed, just standing in the hallway doing nothing. They would find you, and that maddening chuckle would get into your head until you felt crazy. He couldn't tell anyone about this. It would just make him sound crazier, but maybe, just maybe, this Agent Warwick would believe him. If he didn't, then Doc supposed he'd just stay here until his brains liquefied in his skull. They walked the grounds until they came to a gazebo. It sat by the man-made lake and was a popular spot for people looking to sit and watch the ducks. Some of them brought bread from their lunches, but most just sat and watched, their slack-jawed expressions all that was left of their likely once working minds. "There," Agent Warwick said, as they took a seat. "A warm, sunny day. So why don't you tell me about them? I want to know what exactly it is you've seen here." Doc picked at the ragged edge of his pajama top. "Smilers," he whispered. "That's what I call them, at least." Warwick sat forward, looking very interested. "And what are these smilers?" "Black things with big grins. I can hear them laughing. They're always laughing, always chuckling, and it's making us crazy. They made him crazy. At least they tried to." "Who?" Warwick asked, but he guessed before Doc could get up to it. "You mean Murphy, don't you?" Doc nodded. "They stay here, making us crazy, but they couldn't break him as much as they tried. When they couldn't make him crazy, they decided to use him instead. They brought me here to talk to him, and then he showed them to me. He let me hear their laughter, the laughter of the mad." "The laughter in hell," Agent Warwick said, but he put a hand over his mouth like he was afraid he had said too much. It was Doc's turn to look surprised. You can see them too," he whispered, his eyes begging for it to be true. "Yeah," Warwick said. "Yeah, I see them too." "Then you know," Doc said, tears streaming down his face. "Yeah, I know. I want to help. I can't help everyone. Might not even be able to help you, but I want to try. I don't think you're getting the care you need here, Dr. Foss. I think perhaps that you might benefit from a federal facility. I can make that happen. I can get you transferred. But I need answers first." "Out of here?" Doc could hardly believe it was possible. He was sure they would be at a federal facility too, but maybe they wouldn't. Even if they were, maybe the federal shrinks could put him on something that would make them go away. Maybe they could make him numb enough that he wouldn't be bothered by them. Maybe, but maybe was a baby that just needed some love, and Doc was willing to love that baby if it might get him out of here. If you see them, then you know what they're doing here. Warwick nodded. That's not why I'm here, though. This place is a nest. I need the hive. What do you mean when you say they used Thomas Murphy? Doc didn't want to say, but the smile that broke his lips had nothing to do with the new opportunities that might be before him. They made him take them with him. They went to prison with him. They stowed away because they wanted something there. Agent Warwick suddenly looked terrified. You mean Stragview? You're saying they went to Stragview? Doc nodded. But that's not all. They're on the TV too. I saw them. We all saw them. What are you... But Warwick stopped when Doc grabbed him by the front of the coat. We saw them. They were there, and they want to get out. They want to be everywhere. They want everyone to hear them laugh. They want everyone to be as crazy as we are. Someone shouted from farther down the lawn, but Agent Warwick didn't look concerned with the man's sweaty hands being on his shirt in the least. Tell me, but make it quick. We were watching TV the other morning, about 6 or 7 sleeps ago, when a show came on. It was a puppet show with music, and when they came on the screen, we all began to scream. The orderlies came in and turned it off, but we had all seen them. They were on the show, and when they saw them, they laughed and laughed and laughed. The sounds of footsteps and yelling were getting closer, and Warwick must have realized that he didn't have long. What show? He asked, wincing as the orderlies pulled Doc off him. What show? The orderlies had the two apart pretty quickly, dragging Doc back to the house so they could shoot him up with sedative and put him to bed. Doc would pay for laying hands on a guest, of course. Of course he would, but he had to get the rest of it out before Warwick went away forever. He needed to let him know, needed him to do something about it, and he needed it fast. What show? Warwick yelled as the orderlies made sure he was okay. Falsty Review, Doc shouted, and Warwick nodded as they drug him back to his room. Doc sighed and went slack in their hands. He had done that much, at least. My parents moved when I was a senior in high school. Not all at once, they moved in stages, and I was allowed to watch the house while they took their things a little at a time to their new house. This was great for me because I had a steady girlfriend and a group of friends who would regularly stay at the house with me. My parents had a huge house, and as long as I didn't wreck it, they didn't really care what I did. As long as I cut the grass and fed the dogs, they sent me money for groceries and let me carry on. It was a very interesting time in my life, and it lasted until I was nearly 20. By the time they were ready to move, my life had kind of fallen apart. My girlfriend had met someone at work, and I caught her cheating and told her that we were done. My friends either started college or started jobs and didn't really have time for hanging out at a friend's house who did nothing but watch his parents home. I saw less and less of them and had less and less company to speak of, so when my parents made me the offer to come with them, I did. There wasn't a lot for me to do in my old town, so I packed up and moved to this place. They had been slowly transitioning into for the last 2 years. The house was actually a lot nicer than the one that they had moved out of. The old house had been big, but it was old and in disrepair. The yard was also pretty large and required a lot of mowing, even in the winter months, given where we lived. The new house was just as big, but had a stone fireplace and hardwood floors, and
a much smaller yard than the old house. My brother, a few years younger than me, enjoyed the new school, and my parents had moved into new jobs in the community. They told me that it would be much easier for me to start college here, but until then, I could get a job in town to supplement my income. It all sounded fine to me, so I settled into one of the upstairs rooms, and that was where I saw the ghost. Ghost might be too grand a term. It wasn't some spectacular phantasm or some dripping corpse moaning up the halls. It looked like one of the cheap ghosts from a low-budget movie, but it was certainly enough to scare the bejesus out of me. The first couple of nights I spent in the house, I was too tired to do much besides moving my things and falling into bed. The third night, however, was a little different. I had spent the third day in town looking for work and had figured that I was going to have a harder time finding work here than my parents. Unless I wanted to work in retail or fast food, I was going to need to look somewhere else, but that was fine with me. I'd seen on the television that there were a couple of hospitals the next town over, and they were always looking for someone to work in IT or at the switchboard. So that night, I fell into bed, but woke up a little after midnight to a strange sound in my room. My room was huge. It was 12 by 15, with a bed and a desk and a closet, but there was only one window, and it was facing out on the front yard. That time of night, the moon was coming in to light the section of floor where I had laid a rug and a coat rack, and that was where I saw it. At first I thought it might be one of the coats I had hung on the rack, but when it turned, I knew it was something a little different. It looked like a girl, about 15 or 16, made out of TV static. She was looking around, calling for her mother, and hadn't seemed to have noticed me at all. I lay in bed, full of fear and wondering just what the hell was going on, when she suddenly looked at the door, and her sorrow turned into fear. She started to shake, backing away from something, and before she disappeared, she screamed and vanished in a puff of static. It was the strangest thing that I'd ever seen, and as I laid there in bed, I think I convinced myself that I had just imagined it, or it was a dream. I had never had any trouble believing in the paranormal before, but this felt different somehow. This felt like a video or a projection, and I wasn't sure I really believed in it as something other than that. It was just a dream, some trick of the light, nothing more, and I rolled over as I faced the wall and tried to get back to sleep. The next night, however, I woke up around the same time with a tickling feeling on the back of my neck. I was facing the wall that night, sleeping pretty soundly, when all of a sudden it was like insects crawling across my skin. I slapped at my neck, and when I did not get the crunch of an insect, I turned over to check behind me. There she was again, the girl that I had seen the night before. She was standing in roughly the same place and mouthing fearfully at something that I couldn't see. She did this for a minute before turning our way and disappearing again. 2 nights in a row made it a little harder to push away as a dream or my imagination. I took my blanket and went to one of the other bedrooms upstairs, and thankfully I wasn't bothered by ghosts in any of them. I thought about just moving my stuff into one of the other rooms. My parents had said that I could have the old bunk room, but they hadn't said that I had to stay there. Still, I was curious now. This is some kind of mystery, and I really wanted to know how it ended. So the next day, when my mom got up to start cooking breakfast, she found me in the kitchen with a cup of coffee. "Mom, are there any ghosts in this house?" Mom laughed, and that immediately put me at ease. "No, sweetie. The house was only built 20 years ago, and no one has died in it in those 2 decades. Unless you're seeing some kind of ghosts from the land, there certainly aren't any in the house." Some of you may be skeptical, but if my mom said that there's no ghosts in the house, then I believe her. Mom is one of those ghost hunter fanatics. She watches the shows, she goes on ghost tours, and she generally believes in most of the spooky stuff that you see on TV. It's not just that she believes in Bigfoot and aliens, and I'm pretty sure that Mulder is her spirit animal. So, for her to tell me so distinctly that there were no ghosts made me think that I must have been wrong. I must have had a bad dream like I thought. I decided to go back to the bunk room. It had the best light during the day and the best access to air conditioning, and went about my day as usual. I stayed up a little bit late that night, playing games with some people online and generally goofing off. So when I felt that tickle on the back of my neck again, I looked and saw the ghost girl standing not too far behind me. I nearly fell out of my chair, and some of the language I used probably would have made my parents pretty unhappy. She was still standing there, cringing and talking, but saying nothing. Then, after about 10 to 15 minutes, she disappeared, and I was in an empty room again. When Mom came downstairs that morning and found me at the table again, she laughed loud enough to make my dad ask if she was okay. "What's wrong, kid? Ghosts keeping you up again?" "Kinda," I told her, and I told her what had happened. She listened. Like I said, Mom was really into all the ghost hunting stuff, but after I finished, all she could do was shrug. "I don't know what to tell you. The realtors have to disclose if anyone died in the house, at least for the last 10 years, and I asked. You know me, I've always wanted to live in my own little haunted house, and the lady assured me that no one had died in the home, so no ghosts, though it wasn't for a lack of trying." I thought about that for a moment. Well, what happened to the previous owners of the house? Mom turned her back on me so that she could stir grits and seemed to contemplate how much to tell me. "Well, from what the realtor told us, the family that lived here before us built the house and another house in the valley below it. The down below is technically ours. We just don't know what we're going to do with it yet. There used to be a house down there, but it burned down before the family that built the house moved out." "But what happened to the family?" "She didn't say," Mom said, "but she did tell us that no one had died in the house that anyone was aware of." I thought about it, but realized that she had omitted something. "What about the house that used to be in the down below?" Mom was quiet, and then I guess she decided to stop being so cagey. The family that lived there died in the fire, and the fire was set under some pretty mysterious circumstances. I don't really want to talk about this first thing in the morning. It's kind of a sad topic to start the day with. I decided to let it go for now, but I also thought it might be time to do some research. I had the day off, no applications to put in or financial aid to seek, so I went to the library and decided to see if I could find any information about my parents' new home. There was a little bit in the local paper. It talked about the house fire that had killed the Maynard family, Mr. and Mrs. Maynard and their young daughter, but it didn't mention much else besides the fact that Mr. Maynard had a brother. The article didn't say too much about him, but I suppose that he could have been the one that built the house. There was nothing else in the paper about the incident or occurrences at my parents' house, so I decided it might be time to speak to the source. The small town my parents had moved to was little more than a 2-stoplight town, but they had a small paper that ran the local events and a small bit of local gossip. The town crier had an editor and 2 writers on staff, and when I asked who had done the story about the fire at the Maynard house, they directed me to a man with thick glasses and a tweed jacket. He looked more like an English professor than a column writer, and after shaking my hand and hearing what I was after, he looked like I had force-fed him a lemon. "Yes, the Maynard fire was a tragedy, to be sure. Happened almost 10 years ago, and it was one of the first stories I covered. Did you have some questions about it or something?" I told him my parents had bought the other house on the lot, and I was looking for information about the previous owners. He took his glasses off and wiped them, but it amounted to the same thing that my mother had told me. He was stalling, trying to figure out the best way to tell me something that he didn't want me to know, and trying to figure out how much of it to tell me so that I would go away. There was more than just a house fire here, and I was beginning to suspect that it was something the town didn't want to talk about. "Let me give you a piece of advice. This is one sleeping dog you need to let lie. It happened a long time ago, and the people involved are just trying to get on with their lives. Leave it alone, for the good of those that are still alive." I thanked him for his time and his candor, but I think his warning just made me more interested. I decided to swing by the realty office to talk to the woman who had sold them the house, and they had a few more people than the paper. The realtor, Marjorie, was out, but I told them I'd wait, and after about 20 minutes, she came back and handed the receptionist some papers before the woman pointed me out. Marjorie smiled, but I got the feeling that she didn't really want to talk to me either. "You must be one of the new owners of the Maynard place. I hope everything is going well." I assured her that my parents were very happy with the house, but I was looking for a little more info on the place. I lied and told her that I'd found something written on the inside of a closet, and I was just curious about the previous owners. When she asked what I had found, I told her it was gibberish, and I was just wondering if someone was in the occult or something. No, not that I know of. The Maynards left about 6 months after the fire, but their daughter was normal enough from what I remember. So do they still live in town then? I'm sorry, that's not something I'm at liberty to talk about. Regardless, the Maynard family is fine, and I don't think you should bother them if that's what you intend to do. They have suffered a lot after the fire, and they'd rather be left in peace. She seemed to realize that she had said too much after she finished and excused herself, saying that she needed to get back to work. I left the realty company, feeling like I'd taken 1 step forward and 5 steps back. I had more questions than answers, but I was really wondering if I could get to the bottom of this. Ghost girls aside, this mystery had its hooks in me, and I felt like the town had a vested interest in keeping something a secret. I headed back to the library, trying to find the threads again, and that's when I remembered what the writer had said. He said the fire had happened about 10 years ago, and the realtor had said they moved out of the house less than a year later. If the Maynard kids had gone to school around here, maybe I could find something with those dates and years. It was vague, and it made me feel a little creepy, but it was all I had to run with. It took a while, and I think the librarian thought I was a weirdo, but I finally discovered something. A news article about a local fundraiser had made me feel cold as a picture of the students involved scuttled across. It was the 4-H Club's annual farm auction, something they did in the spring. Now, one of the smiling girls was hugging a lamb and looking into the camera with frozen joy. It was the same girl from my nightly haunting, and the name underneath gave me a name to go along with the face. Stacy Maynard, 15, poses with her prized winning lamb, Chumley. The realtor had let it slip that they lived in town, so a quick search of the yellow pages, and I discovered that she had been right. She was still in town, living in the Masterly Hedge apartments. And after Googling the address, I worried over the idea of talking to her. Everyone else in town had turned me down cold when I kept up my questions, so who knew what this woman would say when I asked her? I tapped my pen as I looked at the address, finally deciding to give it a shot. What did I have to lose, right? She was out on her porch when I pulled up, the little patio off the side of the apartment, holding quite a few plants. She was watering them, her blonde hair sticking out the back of her baseball cap, and she looked up as I approached. She looked a lot like the girl from my room, the way a mother might look like their child, and I think she saw something on my face as she asked if she could help me. She looked like the realtor and the writer, polite but apprehensive. "I was hoping to talk to you about something. It's going to sound strange, but you've been haunting my house." She raised an eyebrow at me, laughing nervously. That's a new one, but it's still a pretty sloppy pickup line. I'm sorry, I'm making a mess of this. Did you used to live at 563 Sorora Street? That seemed to make her nervous. Yeah? Why? My family lives there now. I stay in the upstairs room, the one with the window facing the front of the house, and every night there's a ghost girl that looks a lot like you. She stays for a few minutes, she never says anything, and then she disappears. The longer I went on, the less impressed the woman looked. Uh-huh. Okay, well, I think it's time for you to go now. This is all very interesting, but I'm not really interested in whatever this is. She started to go back inside, and I tried my best to find something to prove I wasn't just being a creep. The girl looks like she's about 15, and she looks terrified. She keeps calling for her mother while she watches the door. She looks absolutely terrified. I just wanted to know why she was so scared. She had been halfway through the door, but she stopped, and she turned around to look at me. How do you know that? No one would be able to know that. I was by myself that night, but she shook her head, realizing what she had said. She stood there for a moment, contemplating what to do with this stranger that had wandered up all of a sudden, before finally deciding to invite me in. "Sit here on the porch," she said, as she headed inside. "I'm going to get tea. I feel like I need something stronger, and I'm out of everything but cooking sherry." I parked it on one of the plastic chairs that she had on the porch, and when she came back with a jug of tea and 2 glasses, I thanked her. "You aren't the first person to come to talk to me. What happened was a town secret, but there were definitely people who wanted the real story. I swore I'd never talk about it again, but it kind of feels like you're part of this, and that's not your fault. So I'm going to tell you what happened, and when I'm done, I don't want to talk about it again. Do you understand? After this, I don't want to talk about this ever again." I nodded, taking a sip of tea as she emptied her own glass and refilled it. "Okay, so my dad and my uncle got the land from my grandpa. They had shared it, and my uncle wanted to build his house in the valley, while Daddy wanted to put a house on the hill. They were co-owners in a moving company, and they were doing pretty well. They were close, thick as thieves, but they couldn't have been more different. My uncle was a loving man, affectionate and supportive, but Daddy was a monster. He made life hell for my sister and my mother, but especially for me. I was his oldest daughter, and I seemed to get the brunt of his anger. He beat us. He yelled at us. He did..." She closed her eyes and shook a little. "Other things to us, but we were all too scared to say anything to anyone. But that's not why you're here, though. But I guess it is, too. That moment you're talking about was one of the last times he hurt me. The time before someone did something about it." She looked at the tea glass, watching the ice cubes rattle around before continuing. "Daddy and my uncle were fighting a lot before he died. He found out that Daddy had been taking money from the business, and he wanted him to give it back. Daddy refused, but my uncle had threatened to turn him into the police or something. I heard only snippets of their fight, or fights, over the phone that I only got one part of. But one night, Daddy decided to do something about it. I remember waking up to see my uncle's house burning, but I think I knew he was already dead. Daddy had killed him, killed my aunt and my cousin too, and I think the town knew it too. They couldn't prove it. Daddy had covered his tracks, but they remembered when he was younger, and they knew he was a monster when he grew up to be a bigger monster. They had seen the bruises on my mother and on us, and they had seen the animals dumped in the gutter near his house sometimes, and they knew it couldn't go on much longer. Then one night, he gave them their reason. Mom was at work. I'd come home early from a 4-H event, and Daddy was waiting for me. He asked what I'd been doing, asked why I was out so late, and when I told him, he called me a liar and a lot of other things. He tried to put his hands on me, and I had a momentary lapse in sanity. Maybe not. Maybe I just had had enough of being beaten, but regardless, I pulled away and ran upstairs. I slammed the door, pushed the dresser in front of it, and just screamed for my mother. I was terrified of what I had done. I knew that when he got inside, he was going to really let me have it this time. He was going to beat me, and there was nothing I could do about it. I called out for my mom. I begged her to come home and save me, but when the door opened with a crash, I couldn't do anything but hunker against the wall and accept my punishment. It wasn't punishment, though. It was just violence. I think that was when I realized that he was never actually punishing me, never delivering anything for my own good, and I slipped into unconsciousness. That didn't stop him, though. I woke up in the hospital, my mom crying as she told me how sorry she was, promising that nothing like this would ever happen again. Found out later that she had come home to find me unconscious. My dad was downstairs watching TV like nothing had happened while I lay in a puddle of blood and fought for my life. She called an ambulance, and the police had been called, and my daddy was arrested. They took him to jail, and he claimed that he had done nothing. They had no proof that he had beaten me, no more proof than they had that he had burned down my uncle's house and killed his family. But the people of the town were tired of suffering him. While I was in the hospital, a mob came to the house and took him away. I don't know what they did to him, and I don't want to know, but he never bothered us again. He'd killed his brother and gotten away with it, and he'd beaten his wife and children for years, and they had ignored it. But putting me in the hospital seemed to be their tipping point. So that's what happened. I don't know why you can see it, but that was the moment that caused it. We sat in silence for a moment, listening to the wind rustle through the leaves and the potted plants whisper. And when I thanked her for the tea, I took my leave. To this day, I don't know why the girl appears in the room every night, but knowing what brought it on, I also don't much care. I've been back to visit Miss Maynard a few times since, and we've become pretty good friends. I also moved my stuff into the room across the hall, and I'm happy to report that no phantoms take up residence in there, at least not that I've found. I don't know if the wood in the room is so porous that it soaks up memories, or if what happened that night was so terrible that it made an impression. But the girl, to my knowledge, still appears around midnight before disappearing. I've slept sounder since I moved across the hall, and I have no intention of moving back. Again, I said. Okay, John said, I'm ready. I wound up and threw the ball of hard-packed snow at my new student, and tried not to laugh as it hit him right in the face. John blew out air and shook his head as he tried to clear the snow, wiping it from his face as he tried to concentrate. I could feel him pushing out energy, trying to form it into something solid, and as I packed more snow into my mittened hand, I wondered if the snow would ever end. It was hanging around for a while this year, and I was taking full advantage of it to train my new student. We'd been training hard since the incident at the hospital, and John was making great strides in magical theory. Theory was great. Theory is the foundation of great magic, but you had to build something on that foundation, and John was having trouble manifesting it. He was imaginative, but magic was kind of hard to bring into existence if you didn't completely believe in it. You were close, I told him, wincing as Grandpa laughed from the porch. Not even. Well, what am I doing wrong? John asked. I shrugged. Nothing that I can see. You just want it too hard, Grandpa said. You have to form it into a shield. It has to be something that'll stop things, a square or a wall. Like Green Lantern, I said suddenly. You have to make the thing that blocks or hits or whatever. Grandpa thought about it, chewing it over before finally nodding. Yeah, that makes sense. That's about how I've always done it too, though it's always a wall in my case. I usually think of it like Captain America's shield, so that it bounces things off like his does. John nodded. Good old vibranium. Yeah, give me a few seconds. He focused, and this time I could feel a change come over the energy output. Before, it had been like throwing a snowball through mist or fog, but now it felt like it was taking shape, gaining density, and as I threw the snowball, it actually slowed considerably before tapping against his arm lightly. Good job, kid, Grandpa said. You almost had it. Did I? John asked, sounding surprised. It still hit me, so I wasn't sure. You were very close, I told him. I saw it slow down. A little more concentration, and you'd have had it for sure. John wiped a hand across his brow, despite the cold. Man, this is tough. Lots of concentration. Nothing worth having is easy. That's the lesson I had to teach this knucklehead here. I laughed. Oh yeah, I was hopeless there for a while.
It took real combat before I got my stuff together. It was nice when I didn't get sliced in half and instead had something to take the hit for me. Yeah, John said, you're braver than I am then. That's not a chance I would want to take. Oh, piffle, Grandpa said, holding up the cat he'd been whittling and looking at it with an appraising eye. I knew you'd perform when the chips were down. Well, I'm glad you did, I told him, bending down to pack another snowball, because I wasn't so sure. Well, I saw you do it before, so it wasn't a big surprise. That took me back a little as I sat back, the snow crunching into my glove. No, before then I had made little shields, but nothing like that. John concentrated as I got ready to throw, and this one definitely slowed down before it hit his foot instead of his face. He looked down and then looked up at me questioningly, but I was more interested in whatever Grandpa was talking about. Well, you probably wouldn't remember, he confided, picking up a new piece of wood as he looked upon the cat with satisfaction. It was quite a while ago. You would have been about, Grandpa figured up with his hand on his chin, 5, maybe 6? I let the snow fall out of my glove. 6? Grandpa, I just learned that I could do this about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. Grandpa smiled. Just because you didn't know you could do it doesn't mean you didn't do it, he said with a wink. Sometimes kids do things they don't mean to do, and it's how we learn. In this case, you did it because your cousin Patrick was bothering you. You remember Patrick, right? I rolled my eyes. Don't remind me. If I never see Patrick again, it'll be too soon. Patrick was Aunt Kay and Uncle Frank's son, and his father had spent most of my teens apologizing for him. Uncle Frank, my mom's brother, works offshore on an oil rig. Uncle Frank makes the kind of money that makes people sign contracts with the devil. He isn't some roughneck oil jockey either. He handles some sort of process or procedure on the platform that puts his pay rate into a different bracket. That being said, Uncle Frank used to get in trouble all the time, from what he told us, for going down and mingling with the regular Joes. Uncle Frank oiled his way through college to learn whatever process he did that made him the big bucks, but he never forgot where he came from. He's a great guy. I love Uncle Frank, but he refuses to retire, and if he isn't out on the rig somewhere, then he's at home, asleep. To be fair, if I had to live with my Aunt Kay, I would never come home either. Aunt Kay was someone Uncle Frank fell hard for that turned out to be the worst thing for him. Aunt Kay does little besides sit at home, spend my uncle's money, and complain on Facebook. She's a Karen, there's no better way to put it, and she spent most of her marriage spoiling my cousin Patrick. He's the oldest of the 4, and he's the worst. He's my aunt's golden child, her eternal baby boy, and I think it broke her heart when he moved to Australia to do something. He's some kind of geologist or something, works with seismic activity, and he's working for a research company near Sydney. This means I haven't seen him in nearly 10 years. Plane fare is expensive, and I'm fine with that. His siblings, Terry, Margaret, and Kathy, are also pretty rotten, but they're generally better when they're not around their mother. I don't know how Uncle Frank puts up with it, but he has come to me many times and apologized for something that Patrick has done. Well, if you guys want to take a break... Grandpa paused and coughed loudly as he spit into the snow. Come have some cider and I'll tell you about it. I looked at John and he nodded. We were both pretty cold and some hot cider would be just the thing. So we moved inside, got our cider, and after a glass clink and a long sip, Grandpa began. It was about 20 years ago, and your grandma and I had a house full. Your grandma had agreed to take all 7 grandchildren for the weekend, which I could have told her was a terrible idea.
We had been keeping you and your brother and your sister for a week, and your Aunt Kay felt like her kids were being left out. I suppose because she asked if they could stay for the weekend with their cousins. Your grandmother said of course, because she's always been too good to folks, and we settled all of you in for the weekend. It was 4 boys in one room and 3 girls in the other, but, of course, Patrick had to have somewhere special to sleep. He couldn't share space with that many other people. He needed his own space, and your grandmother, the kind soul that she was, put him in the craft room. I swear I spent the whole weekend biting my tongue with that boy. His brother got along just fine with you and your brother, of course, and the 3 of you were good to sleep in the same room. Patrick, though, was never happy with anything. He needed special meals and special time with Grandma, and on and on and on. I think he kind of sensed that I had nothing for him, because the 2 of us were never as close as he and your grandmother. Well, anyway, Saturday morning dawned cold and wet, and by 10 the rain had become a late winter snow. You kids were ecstatic, getting dressed in all your warm clothes and going out to play in the flurries. It built up quick, too. By noon, we had at least 4 inches, and you kids had built a little army of snowmen and a couple of snow forts, and some of your younger cousins were sledding in the down below. Patrick had, of course, taken to throwing snowballs at people when they least expected it. It seemed he had decided that this was the most fun thing to do, and it was extra fun to throw them at you, you being the closest in age to him. You were getting pretty upset about it, as I remember. You and Matthew had just about had enough of it, and I think his sister had decided to help out too, as the 3 of you ganged up on him and pinned him down under a hail of snowballs. I was watching from the window, drinking coffee and reading as I kept my fool self inside, and I chuckled as he gave ground and the 3 of you kept up the heat. Kathy broke first, then Matthew, and pretty soon it was just you and Patrick hurling snow at each other. You were hunkered down behind a hill of snow, your gloves soaked as you threw snowball after snowball, and Patrick was starting to get tired. You could tell that he was enjoying himself, but his arm was getting tired, and he was getting cold, and he was starting to wish that he could stop, but he didn't want to lose. I didn't see when he put the pine cone in the snowball, but I saw it when it hit you in the shoulder. I could tell it hurt. How could it not? And I was up and on my way to put a stop to this pretty quickly. No one was going to mistreat someone in my house, not over something like snowballs. I heard you holler as he hit you with another one, and as I came to the back porch, the very one we are sitting on right now, he was cocked and lobbing another one before I could tell him to stop. "Stop it!" you shrilled in your little kid voice, and as you yelled, something shimmered between the 2 of you. I felt it. I know he felt it, and it stopped the snowball flat. Whatever you had pushed out wasn't done, though. It shook the tree over him hard enough to nearly cover Patrick in snow, and he came running inside, crying and shaking snow off himself. We looked at each other, and I could tell you were afraid you'd get in trouble for something. When I laughed, I could tell you were relieved, and I asked what had happened. You said you didn't know, but that Patrick was cheating by throwing pine cones at you. I told you it looked like he'd gotten what he deserved, and you agreed. I think that was when I knew that you had something special in you, something that Patrick would never understand. I did, though. I understood what it was, and I begged your mother to let me teach you, as my grandma had taught me. I sat digesting that and thinking about some conversations I might have caught one side of over the phone when no one thought I was looking. Why didn't she? Grandpa shrugged. I guess she didn't want to fill your head with nonsense. Believe it or not, your mom tried to learn when she was very small. She saw some of the things I did, and she tried, but I think she lacked belief. She'd seen me do them and thought that made them easy. When she couldn't do them, she got frustrated and thought it was all a trick and make-believe. Your mother is not terribly imaginative, and she's never been patient. Your mother's good at many things. She's great with numbers. She's an excellent actuary. She's good at talking to people, and she's discovered that she's good at selling the houses that she still occasionally sells, but she doesn't stick with anything that she cannot do quickly. She has no patience for learning, something that held her back in school a little, and simply has no time for something that she can't grasp immediately. The magic never worked for her, so she thought it was a trick. She wouldn't let you try because she didn't want you to have the same results. But I also think that just maybe she didn't want it to work for you when it hadn't worked for her. I snorted. I wonder why she sent me here to watch you then. Grandpa shrugged, coughed, and spit into the snow. I don't think she remembered that I even offered. She simply didn't want to come and do it herself, so she sent you. And now you know the secrets of the universe. It was my turn to snort. The universe within the Appalachian countryside, maybe. Grandpa waggled a finger, coughing again before spitting. Don't knock it, kid. There's a lot of universe in that forest. The more I learn, the more I see, the more I realize the old man is right. Hey there. It's been a little bit, but I decided to come back with a story from this summer that was too good to keep to myself. As many of you will remember, I'm a park ranger for a large swath of national park that runs through the heart of Georgia. Our reach extends out for quite a way and includes the bodies of water there within. Usually, this means we have to help maintain them, especially after storms, but we occasionally also have to help dredge for bodies and other things that the local authorities believe might be dumped there. So, when I got a call from the local news, Channel 13, about the sighting of Catherine in Lake Mascara, it took me all of my limitless patience not to slam the phone down. The Park Service is not prepared to make a statement on the existence of a large marine creature in Lake Mascara, and calmly hung up on her before she could ask me any more questions. It's been like that for about a week, and this was about the third call today I had gotten about it, though it was the first one from the news. The yellow journals had called looking for information. The scandal rags, the cryptozoologists who were probably calling from the depths of their mother's basement as they looked for permission to investigate. And now the local news. This was starting to get out of hand, and the Park Service was going to have to make a statement sooner or later. It had started, as most things do, with something someone had put on TikTok. A couple of fishermen were on the lake, though that might give you too grand an idea of the place. Lake Mascara was about the size of your average Walmart store, and it was mostly inhabited by brim, catfish, and bass. The two men were out in a little boat, reeling them in with some regularity, when something big had moved under their boat and jostled them. One of them had asked just what the hell that had been, and then something big and gray had broken the surface beside the boat. The shaky cam had made it hard to see, but it was big and gray and had something on its back.
The two men had started babbling, talking about a creature in the water. And after the video broke 20 million views on TikTok and YouTube, people started coming to the lake in droves. 20 million people didn't just randomly show up, of course, but the thousands that did certainly boosted the attendance at the park a whole ton. That being said, they weren't exactly the kinds of people you would expect to come to the park. There was no rule against camping near the lake, but it wasn't something guests usually did. They stuck to the established campgrounds, or if they were feeling bold, they pressed on into the less developed areas. The lake was usually avoided due to the bugs and the wildlife that found their way to the water source. These people either didn't know this or they didn't care. They camped right on the lake shore if they were feeling bold, and you could hear the snap of shutters from the ranger station on quiet nights. The tags on TikTok had only increased the attendance, and the number of campers were growing by the day. We didn't have any trash cans or shower facilities, but hey, that didn't seem to stop them. We had a lot of complaints about trash on the ground and animals being attracted by food and trash that had been left out. We had even more complaints about people bathing in the lake, and it seemed that the presence of a monster hadn't stopped them from swimming and bathing in Lake Mascara. Most regular guests had opted to stay away from the lake, and the people camping there were using it as a kind of festival ground. I'd seen people down there selling Catherine merchandise, plushies and t-shirts and the like, and the number of people doing collaborative TikToks was huge. The number of people walking around in next to nothing was pretty expansive too, and we had all gone down there once or twice to remind them that if they planned to camp for longer than 6 days, then they would either need to get a new permit or they would be fined. As of now, most of them had been fined at least once for something, and they showed no signs of dispersing or paying their fines. All because some idiots had decided they found a monster in the lake. We thought that was the worst of it, the camping and the casual nudity and the trash, but boy, were we wrong. The day after the call from the local news had come in, the park services finally decided to make their statement. It just wasn't the one we were hoping for. We understand that you are all interested in the sightings of a monster in Lake Mascara. Here at the Parks Department, we don't put a lot of stock in things we find on TikTok. So, we have decided to debunk or prove this one way or another. We have called in a specialist, Dr. Hornman, to search the lake and tell us what he finds. This should be completed in a day or two, and we will bring definitive proof, one way or another, about the existence of Catherine, the monster said to reside inside the lake. Well, shit, Mark said, as the head of the Parks Department walked off the stage. You know what that means. Does it mean that these yahoos are gonna clear out soon? I asked. Reporters yelling after the head park ranger as he followed the heads of the department. Nope, it means that we have bypassed all the little idiots, and King Idiot is going to come down now, and one of us is going to be stuck as his chaperone. Turns out Mark was right, and you'll never guess who got to be Dr. Thaddeus Hornton's official guide. It was me, of course, because the universe hates me, it would seem. I did some research on Dr. Hornton before he came down, and everything I discovered made me less excited to be his guide. Dr. Thaddeus Charles Hornton was someone with a doctorate in zoology and a minor in marine biology. His credentials in cryptozoology had come later, and he was the foremost expert on fantastic creatures and their impact on our ecosystem.
He had hunted Sasquatch in the Appalachian Hills, Yeti in the snowy peaks of Southern America, water monsters in various bodies of water, redcaps and elves in Iceland, and a dozen or so other things that he seemed to believe existed. He was roundly considered to be a fraud in most traditional circles, but amongst the less accredited zoologists, he was a god. He arrived on Monday, about 3 hours late, with a tank. Well, okay, a tank might be unfair. The cavil, which is what was written across the side in red letters, was apparently a submersible about the size of a minivan. It had tank treads, spindly arms for grabbing, and a light on the front that probably wouldn't do it a lot of good once it started kicking up mud. It looked big enough for 4, maybe less if the guts were full of equipment, and I made a mental note not to be talked into being one of those people. The welding looked less than professional, and as the flatbed brought it around to the lake's edge, the people in tents began to cheer as Horton hung out the passenger side door and flashed V's at the crowd. I suppose even these people had heroes. Dr. Horton reminded me of the character Shao Tucker from the Full Metal Alchemist series. He was middle-aged and looked like he weighed a comfortable 250 in his loafers and lab coat. He looked more like someone's middle-aged dad than a brilliant scientist, and his thick glasses and short hair would have been right at home at a PTA meeting or a piano recital. As underwhelming as he appeared, he made up for it with a big personality. As the flatbed stopped beside the water, the back dipping to set the cavil in the water, he jumped out and went to stand on a little podium that had been erected for him. "Truth seekers!" he cried, and the crowd cheered as he waved and flashed V's at them. "You all know me. I'm Dr. Thaddeus Horton, Doctor of Zoology, Marine Biology, and Cryptozoology. I'm also the writer of Searching for Skunk Ape, which can be bought wherever books are sold for $19.99, and Lake Champlain, Den of Delusions, also available for $19.99. I have come with my latest brainchild, the Cavil 2, in order to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Lake Mariscarcra is the home of another scientific marvel." The crowd went wild, and he waved his hands and brought them to silence. "I have the full backing of the Parks Department and have been given 3 days to prove my claims that within these waters live a monster. So for your own safety, I ask that you all please keep your distance from the shore while I work. I will take 2 hours every day to answer questions and sign books for a nominal fee. But the bulk of my time will be spent inside this great submersible as I search for Catherine." He was joined on the stage by a bulky guy who looked like he would have been more at home inside a tank. His hands were perpetually caked in grease, and his arms were rotten with the kind of corded muscle you only get from consistently lifting heavy things. His hair was cut short, his blue eyes glaring across the crowd like a challenge, and I don't think I ever saw him without a cigarette in his mouth, unless he was inside the sub. This was Marcus, the man who built the cavil and served as Horton's bodyguard, driver, mechanic, and whatever else he needed. He was quiet, broody, and no nonsense, so we got along just fine. Horton met me as he came off the stage, and I could tell that he and I were probably not going to be best friends. "Ah, excellent. You must be the assistant that the Parks Department sent over. I need a place large enough to park my RV, a perimeter created around my sub, and a latte would be lovely too, if there's a Starbucks in the park." "I can probably get you 2 of those things, but the best I can do coffee-wise is the stuff we have in the station." He pursed his lips. "That's a shame. Marcus, be a lamb and go get the RV, will you?" Marcus glanced around the crowd like he was assessing threats. I probably shouldn't leave you alone, Doc. Crowd this size, things could go sideways pretty quick. Oh, posh! Our new friend here will keep me safe while you're gone, won't you? He said, grinning at me in a way that I was sure was supposed to be reassuring. I wasn't sure I could keep the people out of the lake, let alone off him, and when I offered to go get the RV if he wanted to stay here, Marcus asked if I could drive something with 12 gears. When I told him I could, he tossed me the keys and said that it was by the ranger station. This led to a delightful 2-mile walk, and when I got back, Hornton had already set up a table and was fielding questions and signing books. He took some pictures, signed the chest of a very well-endowed woman, and did not so much as look at the lake all afternoon. Once his RV was set up, he claimed that he needed to get ready for his dive tomorrow and promptly went inside for the rest of the day. I gave Marcus my phone number and told him to call me before they dove tomorrow. He said that he probably would be up around 9 or 10. Doc doesn't really do early mornings, and went to guard the Cavil as I went back to the station. The next day, Dr. Horton and Marcus drove the Cavil 2 into the lake, amidst thunderous applause, and I was left to watch the RV and monitor the radio. This probably sounds exciting, and it was for about 2 hours. Doc Horton would radio back every few minutes with these astounding updates or long soliloquies about the wonders of the deep, but it all got pretty tiresome after a while. It was pretty clear that the only thing this guy had discovered was how much he loved the sound of his own voice, and when he re-emerged near sunset, again to thunderous applause, he stood in the porthole of the sub and waved some more. No sightings today, but we got some exciting things on the camera, and I'm excited to try again tomorrow. I have every certainty that tomorrow will be the day that I solve this mystery. Applause, 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 and then Dr. Horton returned to his RV just as the sun went down. Whatever they were paying this guy, I hoped it was translating into ticket sales for the park, because this was beginning to feel like a waste of my time. The Cavil 2 was cool and all, but an underwater tank felt like overkill for a body of water that was essentially a retention pond with fish in it. The whole thing was about a mile long, and at its deepest, it was only 20 feet. As I told Marcus to call me if they needed anything, I drove my cart back to the ranger station to get some shut-eye. I hoped they would get bored after tomorrow and just pack it in, but I wasn't really holding my breath. My pessimism, it seemed, was to be rewarded, though. The day dawned bright and warm, and as Dr. Horton prepared to dive, I noticed Marcus wasn't with him today. Suddenly, he appeared in one of those cherry pickers and began dumping something into the water. The crowd gasped, and I was a little surprised when the water began to turn red. They were chumming the water, it appeared, and I supposed it would be a good day for the catfish and the bass. The chum was mostly blood and fish, but I could see some bones and ground beef in there too, as well as some strip steak and a lot of chicken feed, which mostly floated to the top. Marcus must have had quite an arm on him because he got it pretty far from his height. When it was all gone, Marcus brought the bucket down, and Horton stood on the top of the sub and addressed the crowd. "It's okay, everyone. I decided a snack might be in order for our shy monster, so hopefully her appetite runs in the carnivorous direction." The crowd laughed. He laughed. Marcus tossed his cigarette into the water as he climbed in, and they were away. An hour later, the fun started. I had been getting a lot of radio traffic about catfish and bass, some turtles, even an eel or two, but when something started stirring up the water out there, the traffic became a little less friendly. "Mayday! Mayday! There's something attacking my sub!" "Come back, Cavil 2, over," I said, shaking some of the sleepiness off as I grabbed up the handset. "Oh, screw radio protocol! There's a huge something in this pond, and it's..." The mic went dead, but not for long. "It cracked the hull! There's water coming in! We are abandoning! Marcus, what are you..." But the line went dead, and the gathering people sounded worried. They had wanted a monster, but it appeared they didn't want one like this. Something breached the water then, and as it started shooting across it, I thought we might have our monster. It wasn't as big as I'd expected it to be, maybe the size of a person, but it was lumpy and it thrashed around a lot. It was coming straight for the shore, its skin slick and red-looking, but when it washed up panting, I saw that it was not the monster, but our lost guest. Marcus had grabbed the doctor and swam him out, and now the distinguished Dr. Thaddeus Hornton was coughing up chum on the bank and being pounded on the back by everyone and their brother. They tried to do the same to Marcus, but he shot them such a murderous glance that no one dared to go near him. "It was huge," Dr. Thornton said when he was finally able to draw breath. 30 feet long at least. It had a head like a spear and teeth like iron. It ripped the cavil two apart and would have had us for breakfast if not for the quick thinking of my... But everyone turned as something big broke the surface. I caught a glimpse of it as it swam around the chum-clouded water, and it was indeed a monster. It wasn't 30 feet, maybe half that, but it was thick through the body, and its huge mouth sucked up the red water and the nourishment that floated on the top. It was probably getting whatever else the fish had gathered to eat, and as it circled, I recognized it. "That's no monster," I said, laughing despite myself. "It's a huge catfish." "What?" Thornton spluttered. "No, that can't be. It tore my sub apart. It was a monster. It's just a bigger than average catfish. The older they get, the bigger they get. This one must be ancient. Probably lived in this pond since before I was born. They get even bigger than that, or so I've heard. They have massive ones in South America sometimes, but that's still the biggest one I have ever seen." Dr. Thornton began muttering darkly about losing a $750,000 sub to the main course at a roadside diner. But Marcus just laughed as he sat on the bank. The people dispersed after that. A big old catfish was cool and all, but it was no lake monster. Someone from Ripley's came and got it and took it to the aquarium in Gatlinburg, I heard tell, but I wasn't involved in that. Dr. Hornton tried to sue the state, I also heard, but lost when they showed him the part of his contract about entering bodies of water at his own peril. I heard they built another sub, the Cavil 3, and intended to explore down at the bottom of Lake Lanier, which I wouldn't be a part of if you paid me $1 million. All in all, it made for a cool summer story to tell you, and another great adventure here in the park.
My grandpa always had weird stories. He grew up in a region of Europe during the war, and he said everything still seemed old and modernization was slow to come. Before you ask, Grandpa hadn't fought in the Second Great War. A lot of kids in Grandpa's village had gone to hide in Switzerland or other neighboring places to avoid being conscripted. They didn't want any part of the fervor that was going on in the major cities, and so my grandpa had gone to live with some cousins until the war was over. That would turn out to be a lot longer than he thought, and Grandpa would end up living in Switzerland until he and Grandma came to America. Switzerland was a beautiful place, and I ended up working on a farm owned by one of my cousins. He was a dairy farmer, but he also kept sheep and goats and even had a small business making his own bread. That was where I learned to bake, and I owe him my success today. Grandpa said that his cousin had a small setup in a shed by the mill. His cousin grew wheat as well and milled it into flour so that he could make it into bread. My grandfather loved the process and would often go out at odd hours to check the mill and make sure that the grain didn't overflow. On the night in question, that's what he was doing at the mill house at sometime around midnight. What he found was not grain spilling on the floor, but something stranger than even he had expected. We were processing a large amount of flour because my cousin wanted to sell some of it to another miller so he could buy equipment to work the fields. I was asked to check the mill every couple of hours to make sure that the catch hadn't overflowed. This was no huge operation like they are today, and the millstone was a slow and ponderous thing as it went about its work. It was dependent on the wind, since they ran it through an old windmill, and about once every hour or so you would need to take the catch and pour it into a bag and set a new catch down to continue the process. I had been given the day off the next day if I would stay in the mill house and monitor the progress, and that sounded just fine to me. I didn't get days off often, and I had wanted to go into the little town and spend some time at the shops, something I rarely got to do. I was around 14 when this happened, and any excuse to get a day of leisure was always an unexpected treat. I'd been talking to a girl about my age who would eventually become your grandmother, and the thought of having a whole day to spend with her seemed like a treat indeed. It was around midnight, and I only know that because the moon was full and high as it peeked through the window of the mill house. I had fallen asleep, I couldn't help it, and when I started awake, it was to the sound of grain falling onto the wooden floor as it spilled over the edge of the catch pail. I scrambled to get another one, taking a full pail into the other room so I could dump it into one of the sacks that had been laid out in preparation for the filling. The pail was heavy, but I was a strong young man, and I carried it as easily as I could. When I got into the other room, the one often used for baking, that was when I smelled something. It was the most wonderful smell, and I wondered who would be making bread at this time of night. Surely my cousins had not gotten up so early to begin baking bread, and not kicked me awake as the catch pan overflowed. I came into the little room where the sacks lay, and peeked through the little window into the kitchen to see who was baking at this time of night. What I saw was not one of my cousins. It wasn't even human, and it made me very glad that it had not caught me sleeping. It was huge and misshapen, 7 feet tall and hunched, so the bulge on its back didn't scrape the ceiling. It was almost as wide as it was tall, its arms long and corded with muscle. It appeared to be hairless, its arms shining with sweat, and it wore only a loincloth around its waist to protect its modesty. It must have heard me, because it turned its head to look in the direction of the door. I moved quicker, putting my back against the doorframe, as I prayed that it hadn't noticed me. I stood there, panting like a scared rabbit, and when it spoke, it took me by surprise. Its voice was refined and strangely comforting, but there was a note of fear there as well. I don't think it was afraid of me. I think it was afraid of the consequences of its own presence, more than anything. "Whoever you are, stay right there. I will be done in a moment, and I've stolen no grain and no material from you and yours. I ask only to use your oven so that I might cook my bread, nothing more and nothing less. I have brought the wood for the fire, I've brought the ingredients for my bread, and I need only to use your facility to cook it. I will be gone before the clock strikes 1. And you have my apologies for waking you." I started to glance back around the corner, hoping I had made a mistake, but he must have guessed what I would do. I would ask, "Please, that you not look at me." "Why not?" I asked, as I put my back against the doorpost again. "Because you will die if you do." "Are you threatening me on my family's land?" I asked, a little more indignantly than I felt. "I make no threats. I speak only the truth. This is the way it is. Birds fly, fish swim, and those who look upon my face die. I stood there for a moment, not sure what to make of that. I knew all sorts of stories about creatures that would kill people, many for only the smallest of slights, but I'd never heard about one who warned you that its very visage would end your life. As I hunkered there, I became less afraid and more curious, finally deciding to ask the creature more about itself. "Excuse me, sir." The creature grunted in response, and I suppose that meant I could go on. "Why would the sight of you end someone's life?" There was silence for a count of 5 before he finally spoke. "Because I am so ugly. My hideousness is such that any who look upon me are stricken dead by the sight of my face." "Come now," I said, beginning to believe this was a jest. "No one is that ugly." "I am," the creature said. "If you are, then why warn me?" "Because I do not wish to kill you," the creature said in a matter-of-fact way. "I do not wish to kill anyone. I simply wish to bake my bread and go about my life." "Why is it that you do not wish to kill people?" I asked, not sure why I persisted, but interested now more than anything. I have heard many stories about vicious beasts that kill and devour people, but very few about creatures who bake bread and warn them. There was silence again, and I could almost hear the bread crisping in the oven. "I do not know," the creature finally said. "I have never abided the taste of flesh. None of my kind have. We wish only to live in peace. Because of our terrible appearance, we are often hunted by your kind. And because of our gentle nature, we are often hunted by our own kind. I do not know why we exist, only that we do, and that I would rather not be responsible for ending your life." I heard him take up the large wooden implement that my cousins used to pull the bread out. He must have been checking the bread and found it to his liking, because I heard him set the bread on the counter and begin eating one of them straight out of the oven. If it burned him, then he made no noise. He simply ate, and when he was done, he opened the door and spoke a final time. "I have baked 4 loaves of bread. I have eaten 1, and I will be taking 2. The last one is for you and your family. A thank you and an apology for the use of your facilities. Thank you for staying hidden and not adding a sin to my conscience." Then he left as quickly as he'd come, and after standing there with my back to the wall for quite some time, I went around the corner to find a loaf of perfectly baked bread on the counter. I cut a piece off the end and ate it, and it was some of the best bread I've ever had. He had baked it with wild nuts and herbs and other things from the forest worked into the dough. It took me years to replicate it on my own. I poured the flour into one of the sacks and returned to find the catch a quarter of the way full. I fell asleep again, and when I woke up to find the catch pail nearly full, I wondered if I had dreamed the whole thing. The presence of the bread seemed to be the only evidence that it had happened at all, and when I told my cousins about it the next day, their eyes got as large as the moon had the night before. "You spoke to the miller's monster." "I suppose," I told him, though I did not know that was his name. "Do they not have mills in Germany, cousin? The miller's monster is an old story, and I would have thought you would have heard of him. As we loaded sacks of flour into the storage area, my cousin told me of the Urisk, which is what they call the miller's monster. The legends claim that it breaks into millers' storehouses and makes bread in their ovens. The legends also claim that it could kill people with a stare, and that it grinds their bones to powder to make bread. There was also the usual nonsense about eating people, but I told my cousin what it had told me, and showed it the bread that it had left behind. I offered him some, but he refused to eat it. He said it was likely made with bones, but when I made the bread myself, the flour I used tasted just the same. I worked at the mill for another decade, your grandmother and I living on the farm until we left for America. I never saw the miller's monster again, but one of my cousins did, and it cost him his life. When I was 18, we were called to the mill house one morning at first light. One of my younger cousins, Darby, had been asked to bag the flour for the market, just as I had done years before. They found him dead in the doorway of the kitchen, his face so contorted with terror that he was unrecognizable. The doctors said his heart had stopped, though he was just a country doctor and his methods were far from scientific. The cousin that I had told about the miller's monster looked at me, and I think he believed that his younger brother had run afoul of the Urisk. I have not seen him since moving to America, but I have seen strange reports of bakers and millers found dead on occasions, with the reasoning being very murky. I suppose one of them could have followed us to America, which is sad to me. I had hoped their suffering might have ended in the old country, but I suppose the old country has a way of following us to the new as well. Grandpa's nearly 90 now, but he still makes his own bread and insists on buying flour that hasn't been processed. He taught me how to bake too, a tradition I am passing down to my own son, but I'm always mindful of going into the bakery late at night. You never know who you might find making bread in the wee hours, and what that discovery might cost you. I was setting up for the evening when the last two people I expected to come to my desk came around the corner and headed my way. One was my boss, which was pretty unthinkable because I was pretty sure that she turned into a pumpkin once the sun went down. The other was Frances Garland, the mysterious woman who had disappeared into the stairwell about 50 years ago and recently came out again. She'd spent about 2 weeks in the hospital, and the diagnosis was extreme exhaustion and dehydration. They said her feet looked like she'd been running barefoot through thorns and rocks, and her legs were bruised from multiple falls. She hadn't talked a lot about what had happened to her, and for once, I had been kind enough not to push it. Frances was a bit of a hospital legend at this point, and everyone had nicely, but firmly, asked me not to question her for my book. She had been discharged about a month ago, and I had been true to my word and not bothered her, as she tried to integrate back into the world. She was living with her brother, as far as I knew, which worked out because he was having health problems and liked having an extra hand around the house. I had seen her when she brought him in for appointments sometimes, a woman in her 20s pushing her younger brother, who was well into his 60s. She usually waved at me. Now it appeared she was coming for my job. "John, I believe you know Frances," my boss said. I nodded. "Haven't seen her in a while, but she's hard to forget." Frances blushed a little, clearly not understanding my meaning. It wasn't long ago that I had seen a very confused Frances come stumbling out of the stairwell, dressed in an outfit that would have been fit for a slasher movie.
She'd been so confused, so vulnerable and scared that I was glad when someone came wandering up that knew what was going on and who she was. Well, she wants to rejoin the workforce. Technically, we never fired her, so I want her to start off part-time on the other night shift. That being said, she has a bit of a learning curve, and I was hoping that you could help her. Sure, I didn't know we had an opening on the other night shift, though. Yes, Maxwell has a new class schedule at college and has decided again to prioritize his studies over work. He'll be back in a few months to ask for another chance, and when he does, I would like to tell him that his old position has been filled by a much more competent operator. Do you think you could help me do that? She was using her nice voice, but this was clearly an order, so I nodded and told her she could consider it done. Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it. I wrote down her login information, John, so make sure she knows how to do that. She said this as she headed out the door, and I couldn't help but shake my head as she left. Gotta get home before the Rhine starts showing, I said under my breath as I logged in. What? Francis asked, pulling up the seat I usually held for my friends when they came to hang out on breaks. Nothing, I said, offering her hand. I'm John. It's nice to finally meet you. She shook it, and she had a good grip. I'm Francis, but people call me Frankie. She glanced around again like she had on that day that we'd first met, and she had that at sea look again. Gosh, it's all so strange. I imagine it's changed a lot in the past 50 years. She nodded. In some ways it has. I imagine that some doctors can be just as insufferable, that some patients are very entitled, and that my new boss, someone who was probably a toddler when I went into the stairwell, will be pretty upset if the phones don't get answered on time and the paperwork isn't in apple pie order. I nodded. That's about the size of it. Let's start out slow. What were you responsible for the last time that you were here? Frankie thought about it. Well, we answered phones, we typed up schedules and memos, we directed guests, usually to the emergency room, and sometimes we had to call doctors for surgery or things. Which reminds me, she said, her eyes roving over my desk, where's your doctor's log, your phone list, and your typewriter? I smiled and patted the computer. It's all in this thing. Use this, I said, indicating the keyboard, and type it into this space. This is your login, and it will get you access to all the stuff that we need to do our job. I rolled out of the way, and Frances took to the keyboard with her hands set expertly. Apparently, this part was pretty familiar, but she looked in awe as the screen came up to show that she had made it to the home screen. They had set her up a brand new desktop, and it looked very tidy when I thought of my own cluttered mess. Wow, this is pretty neat. I never would have thought that something like this would be so readily available. Shoot, you should see the one I have at home. It makes this thing look like a dinosaur. We took a little while to familiarize her with where things were and how she could access them. I made her some shortcuts to make things easier to find. She took to the keyboard like a duck to water, but the mouse took some getting used to. Soon, she had her doctor's list, her phone directory, and we set about the usual stuff that I got up to on any given shift. We set up the doctor's list for tomorrow, we printed them out, and I showed her how to use the system so she could look up patients. People were patient with her, thankfully, and by 11 the doors were locked, and we were to the point in the evening where we were just waiting for 2 so that we could print out the new doctor's list and input the old surgery schedule into the archives. I swapped with her so that I could man the phones, and she laughed when she looked at my desktop layout. How do you get anything done? I've got a system, I said. I hadn't seen Carl yet, so I figured we were on our own for breaks. I told her to go grab a bite if she wanted to, but she said that she had brought her dinner with her. She pulled out enough for 3 people, pork chops and greens and potatoes, and as I salivated over the heavenly smell, she asked if I wanted some. I always used to bring enough to share with the other girls. I'll gladly share if you're hungry. I took her up on it, and we sat munching happily as she fielded calls, and I showed her little things on the computer. "Is it strange, working at the reception desk?" she asked suddenly, looking embarrassed like she might have said the wrong thing. "I mean, it certainly isn't glamorous, but it pays the bills." "No, I mean because you're a man. Do the other men here rib you about it?" I laughed. "No, not really. Should they?" She blushed again. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry. It's just a bit strange to me. When I was on the reception desk, it was only women here. The owner said he wanted the guests to be greeted by a smiling woman's face to make them forget their ills. I swallowed my mouthful of food, not wanting to spray her with pork. These days, they're just happy to get people to come to work, regardless of who's smiling. "I can imagine so," she said, looking a little lost. "Everything is so expensive these days. So strange. My brother paid $4 for a dozen eggs yesterday. Can you imagine? $4 for 12 eggs. He must have gone to Munch's because they're at least $5.50 at Walmart these days. That's another thing. Walmart used to be a place you went to buy clothes when you were broke or you needed a TV or maybe some makeup. Now they sell groceries, medicine. Heck, you can buy a whole dinner there if you choose. They're so big. They seem to have everything. It's strange to think of a place where I can find anything I might need." "Modern convenience," I answered. "Anything you can't find at Walmart, you can get on Amazon." She shook her head. It's so much to get used to. Thankfully, the bathrooms are still in the same place because I need to excuse myself for a moment." She walked over to the restrooms that were off the main lobby, and I pulled up my book by sheer reflex and started proofing. I still had quite a bit to do before it was ready in any sense, and as I went through it with a fine-tooth comb, I heard her come back and felt her peek over my shoulder. "What do we have here? Something else we have to get done?" "Nah, this is mine." She read a little, furrowing her brow as she picked things up. "Are you writing a book?" "I'm trying. It's coming together pretty well, but it needs a little more. Few more stories, maybe, or a good ending." "What's it about?" I hesitated, not sure I wanted my boss to know what I was doing, but she had seen it now, so the jig was up. "It's about the spooky stuff that happens in the hospital sometimes. Ghosts and the way places change and the entities that live here." "Kind of like the people who get lost in the stairwell?" she asked. I nodded, my proofing at a standstill as we sat in silence for a moment. She started, stopped, and then started again. "Am I in your book?" "No," I said, saving and closing it out. I thought it might be rude to just add you without asking, and people said it was something that I should let sort itself out." "Thank you for that. Everyone has been so interested in the story, but I do hate to be a public spectacle. It sounds terrible. I have a friend who had something similar happen to him, but he was only stuck in there a few days. I can't imagine being stuck in there for 50 years. Frankie was quiet for a moment, looking at her lap. I pulled back up the doctor's list so that I could get started with the logging of today's cases. It didn't feel like 50 years, she said in a small voice. It felt like a week, maybe 2, but it was hard to keep track of time. I looked over at her. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." She laughed, but there was no mirth in it. "There isn't much to tell. I spent all my time there on the run. Did your friend tell you much about the stairwell?" "He said it was spooky, like he was afraid to get caught when the lights went out, and that there were monsters behind the doors. She nodded. He isn't wrong. I was there for 3 nights when one of the monsters came in through one of the doors. I peeked down the stairwell and saw him. I heard the door open, and then he came scuttling in. He was unlike anything I had ever seen, his red skin hanging off him like a dragon's scales. And as he went down and into the darkness, the darkness that scared me so, I went up, wanting to get away from him. The longer I ran, the more of them I saw. I ran my feet off. I shredded my stockings, but it wasn't until I came face to face with one of those monsters that I truly knew what fear was. She was still staring at her lap, but I knew she wasn't seeing her sensible skirt. She was seeing the time that she had to face one of those monsters. I guess, the last day. I don't know, time's funny in there. I'd found something, a vending machine, or as close as it comes to being one in there, and I was trying to fish some food out of it. I was getting pretty hungry. I hadn't eaten in days, and as my fingers closed around the edge of a plastic package, I heard the door open. I looked, afraid that it was the dragon creature, but it was so much worse. It was a creature made of long, kinky hair, with a dozen or so eyes the size of bowling balls floating in the hair. It was like a black wig full of eyes, but that wasn't all. When it saw me there, my trembling arms coming out of the machine, it smiled, and the teeth inside that hairy mouth reminded me of some massive bear trap. He moved toward me, and all that hair was blocking my way up. I was left with only one way to go, so I went down. I went down into the blackness that had so frightened me, and the creature came behind me. I could hear all those hairs dragging along the carpet, but I would discover that they were anything but soft. They, or something like them, pulled at me, tearing my clothes and ripping my skin. I was panicking, yanking away from it as I went deeper and deeper, until I saw a light very suddenly. It was coming from behind one of those glass panels in the doors that led into the stairwell, and when I stepped out of the door, slamming it behind me, I was back in the hospital. Your hospital. To me, it was 5 days, but to everyone else, it was 50 years. My brother's 64, but when I went into the stairwell, he was just about to start high school. When I went in, Jimmy Carter was president. Computers were the size of kitchen cabinets, and eggs were 50 cents a dozen. I don't know what to make of this new world, but it's all a lot to understand sometimes. Her eyes were misty, and when I put my hand on her shoulder, she looked up in surprise. "I'll be happy to help you if you want me to." She smiled, wiping her eyes on her hands. "That would be very kind." We spent the rest of the night talking and working, and by the end of the shift, she was a little more comfortable with the computer and how to use it. I'd spend quite a few nights with the mysterious Francis Garland, and most of them would be happy. It was kind of nice to have a night at the haunted house that seemed almost normal.